Lou told me, Lou and Melissa were looking at, they're doing a forward percent missile on Afworks.
Where's that at?
Go out right here. Saturday. Yeah. Well, most of the day they gotta drive down to San Antonio and set up for another demo down there. Buc-ee's, and then you'll see a sign for the next Buc-ee's. I never stopped there long enough to actually shop for the order of food the way you order Buc-ee's. I just think grab a soda, grab a snack,
All right.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. About 5-minute strike warning to get started here this morning with day 2 of Fed Supernova. So if you have friends out in the lobby that want to listen inside, or if you're on the outside and you want to grab your coffee, I'm going to start in a couple minutes.
Good morning. Thanks, Mary. Good morning. Thank you. Welcome to day 2 of Fed Supernova, the Igniting Cultures track sponsored by our partners IBM. We had a fantastic day 1. We're looking forward to a fantastic day 2. Just a few notes. If it's your first day, welcome. This room is streamed all day on both floors 8 and 16. So if you find yourselves roaming and networking throughout the day and you want to watch the programming that's happening here, please feel free to do so from those 2 floors. We will have several programmed breaks built into our programming, so please look forward to those opportunities to make yourself comfortable, ask any Capital Factory staff any questions that you have on how to engage in this programming next year or how to become a Capital Factory member if you are not already. Additionally, if you have any questions on how to engage with any of our speakers, we're happy to facilitate those introductions. So I'm checking my brain, making sure I'm remembering everything. So with that, I'd like to introduce our great partner, Brian Cook, the AFC and TRADOC client lead from IBM, to help us kick off day 2. Brian?
Thank you so much. So first of all, good morning, Fed Supernova. So if you haven't met me yet, I'm Brian Cook. I'm not the other Brian Cook, so there are 2 other Brian Cooks in the building, one at Army Applications Lab and one at Afworks, or in the Air Force, I'm sorry, it's not at Afworks. And I've met both of them, so I think I'm the OG because I called it out. So, yeah. Well, Mike said it, so I am a grandpa, so that's okay. I'm not mad about it or sad about it. So first of all, I wanted to thank all the panelists and moderators yesterday. If you experienced anything that happened yesterday, you saw people having courage to have great conversations, and that's really what this is about. This is Fed Supernova, and if you were here yesterday when I did Ignite Culture remarks, I talked about the need for catalysts in a culture that's a bit broken. And so I thank especially the panelists and the moderators who had the courage to get up on stage. And then secondly, I thank you as catalysts to be here and come back, right? If you didn't have too long of happy hours last night, maybe it's tough for you to be back, but I'd like to thank you for that. And then unlike yesterday, I'm not just inviting you to experience the track, but the whole of Fed Supernova for today. That would be quite a trick, and so I'll keep it shorter because I really want to get to the very first start off. It's going to be another phenomenal day, but we're going to kick off with Josh and the acting director, Mike Madsen, from one of the nation's largest, what I would say, impactful catalysts, DIU. I've known of and been around it for years now, so super excited for that. We'll follow it straight on with an academia and innovation panel where you'll hear from great leaders from Texas A&M and UT Dallas, UT San Antonio, and 75th Innovation Command. And then throughout the rest of the day, we have all the 3 tracks still running, thanks to Deloitte's Beyond Space track, the Duplo Cloud's Dominating Cyber track, and of course our Igniting Culture track. So a couple more hits before I leave the stage. Content from today that I'd just like to highlight. 11:05 to 12 o'clock, Fusing Cyber Safely with Kevin Kane from Ambit, John Goodson from Darkhive, Renji Bijoy from Immersed, and Jack Elston from Black Swift, and moderated by DARPA. If you want to get into cyber, that's a great place to be. 1:55 to 2:40, Hacking the Army. You'll see the best and the brightest from Army Software Factory. And these are the young leaders who have taken chances in their career to come over and do software DevSecOps at Army Software Factory. Super exciting to hear how they deliver product and how they're running after some of the Army's toughest challenges. 2:50 to 4:35, Fighting in the Gray with Design Thinking, where IBM's Crystal Weber and Colonel Brad Hughes will join in a conversation about how to crush what we have as a really complex problem and how to fight in the gray. If you take a look at Ukraine in the last week, I'm happy to say that Putin's having a tough time of fighting in the gray. But we'll have that conversation about how design thinking can help you crush huge problems. And lastly, from 2:40 to 4:35, Women in Defense, Change in the Nation, where Karen Stetson from AFC will lead a conversation with Steph Miller from B Technology, how to engage, cultivate, advance women in all aspects of national security. So that's about it. for highlights, of course, at the end of the day, we'll have both an appy hour today. If you don't know what that looks like, take a look at the schedule, and a happy hour. Remember, you're the catalyst to drive this conversation, this collaboration. Without you guys, we really don't have an event. So we'd like to hear back from you, even if it's not in a formal sense. Get back with us as teammates. I know we love it as IBM. I know the Fed Supernova team and Capital Factory team loves it too. And with that, I hand it off to the panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Brian is such an engaged strategic partner of ours. He covered both what IBM does so well and here at Capital Factory, so thank you so much for that. As Brian mentioned, next up we have a great fireside chat planned with the Acting Director of DIU, Mike Madsen, and Capital Factory founder and CEO, my amazing boss, Josh Baer.
All right. Awesome. Welcome, Mike.
Thanks. Happy to be here. Thanks for having DIU.
You're sitting with us. Awesome. Yeah, so great to have you back. First, I'll tell a little story about DIU. DIU really was our whole introduction to defense innovation and working with the government. It was not something that anybody here was thinking about at all, was not on our radar. I knew Joseph Kopser and Craig Cummings, and they talked about all kinds of stuff I didn't understand and had lots of acronyms I didn't know. But there was really, and there were probably things going on I didn't know about, but I didn't know about anything going on. I didn't know what a SIPR was or think that it was anything that any of my startups that I worked with could get. And then Ash Carter came for South by Southwest. And that was, or maybe it was that Chris Lynch came for South by Southwest, and then he brought Ash Carter right after that. And Ash Carter was Secretary of Defense at the time, and that was an incredible experience. We got to visit with him. It was the second time that they've had dump trucks blocking the streets to Capital Factory to keep anybody from getting here because it was so high security, it was amazing. And then he came back like a couple months later, and I really had no idea what was going on. But then suddenly he was doing a press conference upstairs and announced that they were opening an office at Capital Factory, and I was in the audience. I was like, "Wow, they're opening an office at Capital Factory. That's cool." But it was super cool, and I didn't really understand what it meant or what the implications could be. But I know Joseph and Craig were really excited about it, and Zach Walker, who was here at the time, kind of the first feet on the ground, and really everything kind of grew from there. And one thing that's super special for me is I've had the honor of meeting with so many distinguished leaders across the military and others that have come through here, including even the president. And so but of all the coins that I received, the challenge coins along the way, the first one I ever got, and still the highest ranking one, was Ash Carter's when he was SecDef. So holds a very, very special place for me. And so much has come from then. DIU, plays a delicate balancing act, working, on its own, and then with all the other groups, and making things happen across, obviously across the country, but certainly here in Texas. And it's, been kind of like the door opener, as then the Air Force and the Army and the National Guard and so many others have come to follow. So super fascinating, and really glad to have you here to talk about it. So first, let me just get the elephant out of the room. It's a question that I kind of know the answer to, but it's something that kind of people ask me a lot, and I think other people here might be wondering, and that is, in all of this alphabet soup, why is there a DoD innovation group and an Army innovation group and an Air Force innovation group, and do you have clear lines of jurisdiction? Is it how does that all play out? Well, and how do you all work together?
That's a great question, Josh. And again, thanks for having DIU here. DIU did celebrate its 7th anniversary of being in existence and 6 years here in Austin. So,
wow.
Yeah, thrilled to be kind of part of that foundation that you described and spreading that ink blot. And DIU is a SecDef initiative started by Ash Carter. He recognized that there was a huge amount of investment taking place in the commercial sector, yet no easy way to get that into the department. There were a lot of barriers to entry to the defense marketplace for a lot of the non-traditional companies where the leading edge R&D was taking place. And that was his initial go-do, was find ways to lower those barriers to entry, to accelerate that commercial technology into DoD, to get that in the hands of the men and women in uniform as they go about their mission. Secretary Mattis came in, he loved what we were doing, but he charged us to, in fact he said, stop playing small ball and find those projects that could scale across services, platforms, et cetera, to really transform the capability of the department. And underpinning all of that is to grow the national security innovation base, which is that collection of non-traditional companies where the leading edge R&D is taking place, but yet don't have a path to the defense marketplace. So we've looked to illuminate a path there. So you're right, there's a lot of folks in the innovation space right now. DIU is a little bit different in that we are designed to more closely match the commercial development cycle. So we look to leverage commercial technology, commercial methodologies, but also the cycles to move very, very fast. We also have a mandate to work across the joint force to solve problems across DoD and services. But we also pull personnel from all the services to fully understand the DoD problems that we're trying to solve. And then we developed a couple of internal teams over the last 3 years to help our transition rate. One is a defense engagement team that is in the defense ecosystem to understand the problems they're trying to solve, and then a commercial engagement team that's out in the commercial ecosystem, understanding who the key players are, understanding where the development is, where the leading edge technology is taking place, as well as where the VCs are investing, what's the next stage that they're looking at. And I did mention a lot of folks in the ecosystem. And while there's no real pipeline, we do work closely with our Afworks colleagues, DARPA, NavalX, SoftWorks, so that we all are aware of who's doing what. We have collaborated very closely with Afworks, for example, on a couple of projects for the Air Force. With DARPA, we've taken some early technology from DARPA, further developed that, and then we've been able to deploy that and get that in the hands of the men and women. So it's a very collaborative environment now, and we try to remain very close so we understand who's doing what so we're not duplicating our efforts.
It wasn't fully, I mean, not surprisingly, this was a lesson for me that like the Army and the Air Force were more like Google and Microsoft than like, necessarily like what everybody else would maybe think of them all, I don't know, being different versions of the same team. They were a little competitive, and I think there was a lot of competitiveness when this first started, but I think most of that's fallen away from what I've seen, which I'm really happy about. It really does seem like there's a lot more joint efforts going on. In particular, putting money together, right? Like going and all getting together and pooling money to go fund something to make it possible, which seems really impactful too. All right, so you mentioned that DIU's been around for 7 years. You opened your outpost here after 6 years ago, so just after a year, it was one of the first ones. Did Ash Carter have some, classified top secret intel about what was going to happen here in Austin? That Army Futures Command was going to come, that Tesla and SpaceX and everything else was going to come, that it was going to continue to boom like this? Because you guys were pretty ahead of the ball there. Why Austin, and why is it still here when maybe some of the other stuff have not stayed?
Yeah, he had some top secret info that we can't talk about here. Let's talk about it later.
There's aliens up there.
Yeah, otherwise we'd have to kill all of you. No, in all seriousness, I think he recognized the importance of being physically in the ecosystem. He recognized taking a highly bureaucratic, risk-averse, highly structured organization like DoD and trying to reach out to the tech ecosystem. It really couldn't operate out of the Pentagon for sure, but it had to be out in the ecosystems. Our headquarters is in Silicon Valley. We have an office in Boston, Austin, of course, Chicago, and DC. And Silicon Valley, Boston, and Austin were the first tranche of that, recognizing the technology development that's taking place there, the startup population, the venture capital that was in those ecosystems that was being deployed. So I think he recognized that we had to physically be there. Now, having said that, we also seek to get the best technology across the country. So while we are in the hubs, we also put out our solicitations across the country looking to get the best technology that America has to offer.
Yeah. So how do you measure success? Is your job like how much money can we spend with startups?
Yes.
Because that's kind of how I look at it. But
it's more than that. What we're looking at is impact. And you talked about collaborating with other folks in the ecosystem, the innovation space, and aggregating those dollars to really move the needle. And that's what we're looking for, is impact. Of course, in DoD and the government, the true metric of your viability is if your budget's increasing. That's relevance. It's either increasing or you're not relevant. We continue to fight for increased budget and money to deploy. But we look at impact, and we look at impact for the warfighter on one end and our commercial partners on the other end. So I talked about one of our mission sets was growing the national security innovation base. And over the course of our life span, we brought in 300 non-traditional companies and 100 first-time vendors who have never done business with DoD and have looked at the DoD marketplace, the $800 billion marketplace, and said, no thanks, we don't want a part of that because you guys are too hard to work with, it's too expensive, it takes too much time. Oh, by the way, I have a rich, robust consumer base over here. And we've been able to bring those companies in, lower those barriers to entry. We've also been able to, we've deployed about $1 billion in our DoD partner funding in prototype contracts, but we want more than that. To grow the national security innovation base, we don't want to be a prototype office. So what we really have become laser focused on, our most important metric, is a transition. And we've been able to also transition about 50% is our transition rate. And we're looking at transitioning to production contracts, programs of record. And so we've been able to put companies on, I think it's about $4 billion in contract ceiling in those production contracts in the form of recurring revenue. So that's the impact to our commercial partners and getting that technology to our men and women in uniform. Now let's bring it home to Texas and Austin. So we have 5 companies on contract right now. We've issued about 17 prototype contracts since our inception, and we've received about 208 proposals from companies in Texas. So we want to continue to grow that. In fact, to that point, for all the companies out there that want to work with DIU, I see we have some of the DIU folks here in Austin out here. Alex Goldberg goes by Stoiky. Sean Anderson is out there. Jack Ryan. Not that Jack Ryan. I'm sure he's never heard that. He told me that. Andre Kesselin down here. And then Nat Higgins. I'm not sure if he was able to join us or not, but he's one more of our folks here. So if you're interested in learning more, talk to these folks here in Austin.
Awesome. Well, we measure it by how much money are the startups getting. And I know that's not the only way you measure it, but it is one of the measurable things. And that's what we've seen really continue to grow since you guys first opened an office here. And most of the companies that are here, that are accessing this non-dilutive capital, that are working with the government, companies like Icon, companies like Lyft, they were not contractors before. They did not think of themselves as anyone that would work with the government. They thought it was really hard. And I think a lot of that's because of the efforts of of what you guys have done. So I think it's working here, and for us, it's meaningful. It was, I think, about $200 million last year and about $350 million total just over the past few years. So it's moving the needle.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I talked about the barriers to entry that we've already got after the complexity, the expense, and those things. But we don't sit back on lowering those barriers. We're looking at the next generation of barriers to entry, ATOs, authority to operate, get on the networks, FedRAMP registration. What does that mean? It's very, very confusing. Facility clearances, personal clearances. So we're starting to look like that next set of barriers and how we can start to get after those and start to lower those to continue to build the national security innovation base.
So I want to ask you a question I asked yesterday morning also. How do you define transition? Is that a clearly defined goalpost? Is that like a checkbox, they transitioned? Like what's that?
Our transition definition is very, very clear, very intentional, and it's 3 points. Number 1 is the technology has to work. So DIU takes commercial technology, exactly. No vaporware here. The technology has to work. We take commercial technology, do some minor customization and prototype it in real world environments. So the technology has to work. Number 2 is there has to be a contract in place, some sort of mechanism by which to move this to production. And third is money, budget. We do everything in concert with our DoD partners. So before we even take on a project, we have to understand what their transition plan is. And it can't be a wedge in the budget. For those not in the government, a wedge where they plan for the future. The wedge really becomes a bill payer for something else. So it has to be a viable, executable transition plan. Because again, it's important for us to get the technology into DoD, but also to be a reliable, sophisticated partner to our commercial partners.
Yeah. So I remember when you guys first came, as the Army was doing there was a lot of hurrah around the Army coming and talk about why they were doing this and why they were making the Army Futures Command. And I've heard different timelines, different periods, but it goes something along the lines of, you know, traditionally it takes us like 30 years to develop a tank, and by the time we get the tank done, it's out of date, and, you know, they built exactly what we asked for, but we didn't know what to ask for, and so we don't necessarily know what we want, and it's hard to stay relevant or up to date. And this whole, you know, a huge part of this process was, well, if we work with commercial industry, and both work with and more like commercial industry, we can make that happen faster. We can turn 30 years into 10 years, into 5 years, into 3 years, right, for getting things into people's hands and making them happen. And I've seen a lot of successes touted. Like, you guys have made a lot of progress. Like, a lot of stuff has happened a lot faster. And then the Ukraine happens, right? And they basically completely redefine what fast means and dual use, and, you know, really using commercial technology and deploying, you know, Starlink, you know, for connectivity, in really short order, and really improvising to be, you know, because they have to, because, you know, necessity is the mother of innovation, right? So I'm just curious, like, you know, what are you learning from that? What have you seen? Because you guys have done a great job, and yet it seems like there's even, you know, wow, they've pushed it even harder.
Oh yeah, definitely. And we work very closely with the command. So in this case, it's UCOM. We've been able to deploy some technology there. But tons of lessons learned there. And the first one is, look, I mean, Ukraine is showing that domains of competition are no longer military anymore. There's an economic element, there's an informational element, there's a social element to that. So following that logic,
right, their connectivity came from a commercial satellite provider.
Yep,
right?
And so the dual use technology is going to become increasingly important. So the lessons we've learned from that, and you brought up Starlink. So we have Starlink, a commercially available product, was used for...
Sorry, real quickly, in case it's not familiar to everybody, Starlink is the satellite network set up by SpaceX that gives you kind of global connectivity.
Yep, yeah, that's right, global connectivity, cell phones, internet, that kind of connectivity. And so we had Ukrainian drones that were able to drop bombs on forward Russian positions using the Starlink capability. We had folks, civilians in war zones, that were able to contact their loved ones and tell them that they're okay. So what we've learned there is democratization of technology. It's available, it's out there. So we need to be more active in this space to understand what that technology is, to get it before our adversaries get their hands on it. And even to the point of democratization, talking about Starlink and the forward Russian positions, the Ukrainian army is using an app on their cell phones now to call in fires. Historically, I got in the blue line at the recruiter, so I don't quite understand the army way of doing business, but I guess what they would do, forward positions when they needed artillery, would go call into a fire control center, and then they would give them the coordinates, what they need, and they would try to find what the closest battery was to engage that. And it would take several minutes, 10, 15, 20 minutes. The Ukrainians are using an app now, much like Uber. It's Uber for artillery, where they put in what they need, and they have artillery units that are responding to this, right? And it's response in seconds now. That wouldn't be available without Starlink, so we start to see that layering of the technology, the democratization piece of it. Classification is another lesson we learned, which is a little bit counterintuitive. So we were able to use commercial overhead satellites that were unclassified, available to anyone, with pretty good resolution, down to about 1/3 of a meter resolution, and be able to counter some narratives that were being put out by the Russians to show the world what was really happening with this technology that was available to everyone. The next one is speed. I mean, let's face it, in the next contest, we're not going to have time to develop a lot of these capabilities organically. So we've got to be able to just leverage all the great stuff that is taking place out there. The third of the next lesson we've learned is we need to hedge our bets. we have a lot of exquisite platforms with some inherent vulnerabilities in that, and we need to leverage some of the things taking place in the commercial sector to augment that, to fill in those vulnerabilities. We need to look at some augmentation that's small, smart, fast, expendable to augment like the aircraft carriers and those larger platforms. And the last one is training. We're not going to have time to start training on this technology once the balloon goes up, as it were. We're going to have to start including this technology in our ConOps now so that we can train the men and women in uniform to use those technologies, to use that app to call in fires, for example, as we truly do leverage that technology. And it gives us, the Ukraine's has given them a continuity of operations advantage as well as an asymmetric advantage.
Yeah, it's so inspiring. You know, one of the other things that's really inspiring and so fun about my job, and I'm sure yours probably even more so because you know about secret stuff I don't, is just getting to see all your, childhood dreams and possibilities like become reality, right? You know, everything in Star Trek, like we can't teleport yet, but like we're damn close to everything else, just even like the communicator, right? Like I can talk to anybody in the world instantly and translate it. Guess what? We can do that. And I remember saying, just to my kids, 10, 15 years, someday, just like Google Maps, you can pull up, and look at a map anywhere, and you can see a satellite image of anywhere that's 4 months old. Like someday, you're gonna be able to do that real time. You're gonna be able to pull up in your phone and like see anywhere in the world. And we've got a startup that's doing that now called Sky-Fi, and it's like an app that taps into all the satellites and lets you, it's not quite real time yet, but like it's gonna be. And you imagine what would that allow in a situation like that, and the kind of like you said, when people already know how to use it, when it's readily available, when you can build on top of it. Uber was not possible without GPS, everybody having a cell phone, all these other kind of layers of things that were built below it, and then then you look at the example of what they're doing out there in the field. It's amazing.
Yeah, you're right. And if you look at Heidi Shue, the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, she put out a list of 14 critical technology areas, and of those 11 are being developed faster in the commercial sector, so we need to make sure we're leveraging that. And you talked about Uber, and just think about Uber as the department looks to solve the JADC2 problem. And Uber is a great example of that. We need to figure out how we can prototype that for DoD, where you're able to track two people geographically, two entities, while having a communication piece over the top of that. So there's a lot of things we still need to bring in and prototype to solve some of those problems.
All right, so you are the interim director. Do you have any top secret information about when the next director will be named?
I do. Again, can't really tell you here.
Oh.
No. It's we're going through that search. It's probably midstream right now. We're going to continue some of Mike Brown's initiatives. He's the departing director. Going to continue his fast follower strategy. In fact, there are some elements of that are being incorporated into the department's S&T, Science and Technology strategy, where the department is a fast follower for those technologies that are being developed fast in the commercial sector, and a first adopter for those that really need to be developed organically, hypersonics, directed energy, those kind of things. But it's a very deliberate process right now to find the next director. A lot of criteria for that. The search for that director has been pulled up to the Deputy Secretary of Defense level, so she is personally involved in this, which is a message to the ecosystem of the importance that she sees in the next director. So I think it's going to go on for months. Did y'all get that? Who knows? Probably 4 to 6 months or so as they go through that search.
Got it. So I remember talking with some of the team about that early on, and I know it does, because there's been a lot of people reaching out, and it does have really the highest level of attention, and it's a huge opportunity for impact. And I think what I've heard in particular that they're looking for is someone that can really relate and connect to the venture capital community. I don't know if that's consistent with what you're still hearing as well, but I know that was a big part of what, someone that can obviously fit into the government world and navigate the complex things you need to run an organization like yours, but also have the credibility, the kind of bridge the gap ability to go work with the venture capital community too. So if you guys think of anybody, as I said, the search is still open, and it's a really great opportunity.
Yeah, to footstop that, if anyone does know someone interested, let me know. And it's, you know, it has to be someone very comfortable with the commercial tech sector and able to translate the commercial world to DoD, which is no small feat to translate how things work, the quarterly business cycle, venture capital, the different funding rounds into the department. Have an interest in national security, understand how that all folds together, and be senior enough level to really engage at the undersecretary or deputy secretary level and help translate that.
Awesome. All right, so I know your focus is much more than just Texas, but we're here in Texas. What is coming up with DIU in Texas and in the Southwest region the rest of this year? Sorry, and going into next year.
Yeah, we just shifted to a regional focus because we want to make sure that we're out there kind of hitting the grassroots level to find out and understand where the technology development is taking place. So we're going to continue that here. We're starting a Catalyst initiative, which is an effort really to get to a unity of effort across DoD and the innovation space. We're starting with our energy portfolio. As you think about installation energy, operational energy, that's not only an Air Force problem or a Navy problem, it really cuts across the department. And in fact, really, it cuts across the entire government. So we're looking to pull all of those entities together as we're out in the tech ecosystem to also aggregate the funding, the money that is being spent, and give those companies an opportunity to really scale across not just DoD, but across government. So we'll be out looking for the best of breed technology here in Texas.
Awesome. Well, I want to leave you with something, a Capital Factory coin. We actually have, every year we do like a coin of the year. And I don't know if you've seen this one, but we did in 2016 when we first, for the year that we first opened the DIU office here, we made a Capital Factory coin with the DIU logo on the other side. So we'd love to give you one of these and say thank you. We're so glad you guys are here.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And yeah, just thanks for joining us today, and really looking to continue to see DIU grow in Texas, because I think we can continue to be a big, top contributor to your portfolio.
Thanks. We look forward to building the relationship with Capital Factory as well as the companies in Texas.
Awesome. All right.
Josh.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you so much. I hope you guys had a good time listening to that great panel. I know I did. I certainly learned a lot about different Uber references, which was fun. We're going to take a 5-minute break before our next panel, where we'll introduce some of our academic partners for a panel. See you in 5.
I see green, I'm good. Perfect. circuit.
About to go on.
Ben's my leader.
Okay, you'll follow up.
And then we'll hand it off to me.
Has it been 5 minutes? Time flies when you're having fun.
Has it been 10 minutes? Yeah. What do you have? Would you?
Welcome back. Quick break. A short break. Hopefully a good one, though. So you've already heard from many of our DoD partners. Also, IBM started off our day, who is a valued corporate partner of ours. I'd like to now hand it over to another very important partner of ours, which is our academic partners. At Capital Factory, we understand that to be able to uphold our mission, which is supporting the innovations on the entrepreneurs coming out of the state of Texas, that we need to rely heavily on our partnerships that come in all forms. DoD, of course, like I mentioned, corporate, and of course academia, supporting all of our future bright stars that are coming up and learning and needing to grow and scale into future entrepreneurs. So with that, I would like to jump right into our next session with a panel discussion from our trusted academia partners, UT Dallas, Texas A&M, and UT San Antonio, led by our good friend, Director of Corporate Relations at UT Dallas, Pete Poorman. Welcome to the stage.
Well, thank you very much. So, as she said, I'm a director in external relations at the University of Texas at Dallas. It is my privilege there to work with the researchers who develop astonishing innovations and help them translate out of academia into effective use. I have here with me today a panel I'm just delighted to have. These are representatives of various aspects of this who I hope will enlighten you on the way that academic translation can happen successfully. And so let's see, who wanted to sit over here? Guy, are you gonna take it? So, retired General Guy Walsh from Texas A&M.
From where?
Wait, he noticed.
Ross.
From UT San Antonio.
He doesn't have enough maroon on.
Okay. We'll have to talk about maroon one of these days. Also with us is Ross Gibb from UTSA, right? No, Texas A&M.
That might be the last job I have, right?
Yes, that'll work. Next, Dr. Joe Pancrazio. Joe's from the University of Texas at Dallas, and that part I do remember correctly. And then batting cleanup here, Brigadier General Heather Reuter from the U.S. Army 75th Innovation Command. So I've given you the names and organizational alignments of each of our panelists today, but I'd like each of them to tell you a little bit more about what their organization does within those institutions. So Guy, let's
start with Heather first.
Okay.
I think that.
All right, so Guy has already lateraled once. Let's see.
So we have an interesting relationship. So the 75th Innovation Command is direct support to Army Futures Command. We are a reserve unit. But what we do is we have a different operational approach. So we have teams of technologists with civilian acquired expertise and military experience, and we're arrayed across the Army modernization enterprise, specifically aligned to provide direct support to Army Futures Command through the cross-functional team construct. But what does that really mean? It means that we have a bunch of really smart people that go a bunch of different smart places. Specifically to academia, we do a lot of different projects. We integrate with our teams to do hacking for defense. We use our product construct to be able to do product teams. But then again, with the cross-functional team construct with Army Futures Command, we do a lot of other things. Now, because we're a reserve unit, we also have a specific mission with the USARC, the United States Army Reserve Command, and the Office of the Chief of the Army Reserve. So anything that comes down from the Army Reserve Command is something that is our directed mission. So if there's something that the Army has that we need to do that is specific to what the Army Reserve problem set is, we do that, as well as whatever is in direct support of the Army Futures Command. So we kind of wear two hats. So part of our mission is to support whatever the Army Futures Command needs, but also what the Army Reserve needs, if that makes any sense at all, or if I'm kind of speaking in riddles.
So one of the things that really helps us in academia is that the 75th is there to help us understand the complex organization that we're working with in the Army and really in the armed services across the board. So we really appreciate your involvement with us in academia. All right, I'm going to go out of order here. Now you're up.
All right, so I'll go. So thanks. I'm Guy Walsh. I'm the Executive Director of the National Security Collaboration Center, small town south of here called San Antonio, 7th largest city in the U.S. And we stood up this organization called the National Security Collaboration Center to really build upon the partnership of academia, industry, and government. And as you know, a lot of the discussions over the last couple days have really focused on how well industry and small businesses work together. But we're trying to crack the code to get some of those academic institutions that are there. Probably, again, one of the models right now is the gentleman next to me, that he'll talk a little bit more about that other small school in a little small town out of here. But very straightforward. If you've been to San Antonio, it is trademarked as Military City, USA. And so one of the big pieces there is the fact that, and you heard it throughout several conferences, a lot of the opportunities when you have entrepreneurs and innovators and the folks we did with the tech crawl the other day, the people that are usually missing out of that room are the operators, the planners, the people who are actually going to utilize a lot of the technologies and tools that you're building out here. And so that is what is, I will say, one of the characteristics of San Antonio. We have Army North headquarters. Army Research Lab has been there longer than our organization within our university. We've got quite a few partners in terms of from the intelligence community, from the DoD community, throughout that. The largest section of NSA outside the DC area, capital area, San Antonio. The largest group of U.S. Secret Service outside the national capital area, San Antonio. It happens to be their tech division. So thank you again for letting me join the panel here. Thanks.
So I'm delighted to have you here and to hear that all constituencies are engaged there in San Antonio. I'm sure we'll learn a lot from what you have to say. Ross, you referenced that institution from that other
Yeah,
team.
so I'm the executive director for the George H.W. Bush Combat Development Complex in Bryan College Station, which is, just the university is the 6th largest city in the, no, I'm just it does have 75,000 undergrads. And really where we're focused on is integrated hypersonics and then also integrated autonomy. And not only do we have, these facilities that, Army Futures Command, Texas A&M, and the state legislature put together, but really it's about the people. So we do have some unique facilities, probably unique to the United States, if not the world, that will soon be opening up. One is going to open up next week, actually. And where we focus on are the areas of applied research in those areas. I kind of straddled both fences as I was part of the stand-up of Army Futures Command, was in Army Futures Command for the first 2 years of his existence, was on the planning foundation, chief of staff for that organization in the Pentagon, where we made sure we didn't break any glass by standing up a new 4-star command. But where I think what's really important, why we picked Austin, Texas to be the headquarters, is because of this idea that there is this triangle in Texas where not only you have innovation, not only you have really deep investors in defense, and then you have these universities that can partner to really deliver for not only the Army, but really for Department of Defense. And the areas that we focus on, Guy and I work a lot together because the areas that we're really hard on, he's working on other areas, so we make sure that we collaborate on areas that, that where we see value UTSA can bring. He gives me leads and partnerships with areas that we can partner. But the bottom line up front is we want to win for the United States, not just for Texas.
Thanks so much, Ross.
Yes, sir.
So,
Am I next?
Yeah, but before I tell Joe to talk, I wanted to tell you just a brief story. There's 4 words we hear over and over again at UT Dallas. I had no idea. And so, Joe, maybe you could give them a little bit of an idea of what UT Dallas is and does and how it's engaged with our nation's defense.
So thank you, Pete. So I really have a tremendous privilege. There are days I pinch myself thinking about the job that I have. I serve as the Vice President for Research and Innovation, with a chance to work with young faculty, senior faculty, over so many different dimensions, many of which are related to the topic that we have for today. We're in the 4th largest metroplex in the country. Largest concentration of defense contractors located in Texas is Dallas-Fort Worth. We have 31,700 students, which sounds small compared to some of our friends here, but given that 10 years ago we were at 14,000 students, I think what you have to understand, we're one of the largest and fastest growing institutions in this country, consistently in the top 5, and in the past we were number 1 and 2. So what you have is something remarkable happening, and I think it alludes to Pete's point. I had no idea. It is a common refrain of people come and visit us at UT Dallas to understand what we have. We're undefeated in football, okay? There's good reason.
Oh, you had
we
to
don't
bring
have
that
a
one
football team. But we got one hell of a just great chess team. And make no mistake, you know, when you look at I say that so you can understand the nature of our student population. Our best attributes are always our students. They are fantastic. I serve as a professor, and I have them knock on my door with their 5-year plans of things they're looking to achieve. Our best products are them, and we're privileged to have them there. So in terms of the topic for today, and you know where we're coming at it, you have to understand that our founders were the founders at Texas Instruments. You come visit our campus, you're not going to see a statue to a football coach with good reason. You're going to see a statue of Jack Kilby, the inventor of the integrated circuit. You're going to see a TI Plaza. To understand our relationship with TI and understand how that has infiltrated and become part of our DNA, our institutional DNA. We think about milestones. We think about meeting customer needs. We ask, what are the needs first and foremost, as opposed to saying, here's what I want to work on today. Now, with it, it gives our students great opportunities. We have a thriving entrepreneurship and innovation program, and it becomes those elements of distinction for a university is still considered, much to the chagrin of my boss and others, the emerging institution. We like to think we've emerged. It is, you know, an R1 research institution, and it's in the backyard, and frankly, we need more. Okay, this is, you think about competition. There's no competition. Okay, there's an incredible need for Texas with its growing population to have more institutions that are prepared to meet the challenge. And in terms of what we're doing for the Department of Defense and defense-related activities, we're really proud of a number of activities. We have $108 million worth of research funding over the last 3 years that's oriented towards DoD types of work. We have a Center for Harsh Environment Electronics, which I think is entirely responsive to developing semiconductors and innovation and maintaining a global leadership in innovation in an area which I would contend has become the new oil. Those who have global domination leadership in semiconductor technology and robust semiconductor technology will be truly controlling and being the leaders of economy and really having tremendous strategic advantage going forward. Robust technologies. What do we mean by harsh environments? We're talking about not just high temperatures, not just vibrations and velocities. We're talking about radiation exposures, things like that. And we're meeting those kinds of corporate DoD-related interests by providing services and resources to be able to support those kinds of activities. We have a Texas Analog Center for Excellence, works with TI, but it deals with mixed and analog signal integration. And just a whole, just a wide array of the kinds of research activities, and we can get into it later. Thank you.
Just to foot stop one thing, because you said something important that people don't realize. On the football field, there's that piece of competition, but having worked in DC and in the DoD for 5 decades, I will tell you that if we're not working together up here, Texas has no voice in making a decision at the national level. If it's College Station versus Dallas versus Houston versus San Antonio, you will have 5 voices, and that doesn't work. And so that is important. And just like they said, I take trips up there and meet with Kevin and the folks here. We meet with the folks here in UT. Ross and I are on a regular dialogue, but that is a foot stomper. It really has to be. If we're going to have a big voice in Texas and make a difference in national security, we have to be working together.
The good news is that academia has a culture of collaboration. I joined the university from industry, where you certainly never gave a competitor the time of day. You'd avoid talking to them if at all possible. Academia actually holds conferences to share best practices amongst themselves. And so that's sort of a bit of what we're doing here today, is talking about some best practices. And as we were talking earlier, I know, General Reuter, you mentioned some examples you had of places where the 75th has worked with academia and brought innovation into the services. Maybe you could talk about a couple of those.
Yeah, so some of the things that we've been working on, we've had several different engagements with academia, and obviously we're always looking for more to grow. So we've been working with University of North Texas, University of Texas Dallas, Texas A&M, and the University of Texas through AFC's University Technology Development Department, Georgia Tech Research Institute, West Point. Specifically, we have a future threat analysis cell, and they work with West Point to put together they actually authored a paper. It's kind of a chilling paper, actually. They sent it to me this week, and if anyone wants to read it, I'll send you the hyperlink. It's really good, but really chilling. They also have worked with University of Texas at Austin, University of Texas Houston, and then recently they did a project for water purification with North Carolina State, and they've also worked recently with another university, the New Jersey City University, and then also with the Hoover Institute. I'm going to screw that up, so I'm actually going to look deeper into my notes, sorry. It was with Stanford, but it was a school specifically from Stanford. So what we try to do is we partner with each of the different schools, and depending on how our memorandum of understanding is written, we either partner to do coding in software. Sometimes it's mechanical engineering. I know with University of Texas at Houston, they have an innovation degree program, and so oftentimes they'll use some of our soldiers to start building their curriculum. We work with Ensign to do innovation boot camps. There's a lot of different collaborations we do. Obviously, we would like to get more input from different universities to understand how the ecosystem is evolving and what more we can learn so we can bring that back into DoD, but also to partner with the universities to understand more about how the collaboration can grow more effectively, so we can bring that back into both the university experience and into DoD to get best practices.
I think we just teed up a topic for Fed Supernova 2023.
There you go.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to just kind of jump over to Texas A&M for a second. And by the way, you folks may not know, Texas A&M has bred bluebonnets that are maroon. I have some of those bluebonnets in the yard, in the house, and up in the Dallas area, so we're very ecumenical here. But tell us a little bit about how Texas A&M is able to do the kind of things you do in hypersonics and so on, and still maintain, the security that's needed for these kind of operations.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, after Army Futures Command stood up, obviously here in Austin, Texas, one of their first visits was to Texas A&M. So Texas A&M had been working on some technologies that were really kind of lost to the Army for quite some time, right? You're focused on Iraq and Afghanistan, the modernization piece. Not as much money can go into that if you're focused on Iraq and Afghanistan. And a lot of us here are beneficiaries of that. So when they came there, they basically presented problems. They somehow got ahead of us and say, here are the problems that we know you want solved. And I think at that time, they briefed maybe 10 to 14, and we selected, I think, 6 or 7. And they said, if you like what we're doing now in these areas that we've been doing the past 10, 20 years, you will even like it more if we put these investments in these unique facilities and create this national security research ecosystem. And they said, we can do that if we have a strategic partner. And that's when General Murray at the time said that'd be us, and they said yes. So that's where the state legislator got the $50 million for these unique facilities. The Board of Regents at $80 million, and the remaining investments really came from Army Futures Command at that time, $65 million, to help round out on specialized equipment, and then the actual research they want us to perform. That's the birth. And then 2 years later, 2.5 years later, we moved into a building, a very unique building, designed specifically for fast test, fix, learn, test. And really, that's the ecosystem that you're going to need in order to move at the speed of need. You know, we're a university. I just came from DC yesterday. I was at a hypersonics conference. And, you know, one of the things that somebody said, it was a big company, a lot of defense primes there, as you can imagine. They said, you know, innovation doesn't come from companies like ours. And I was on the panel, I'm like, yes, and finally. They said it comes from labs and small startups. But what we're here to do is help scale them to get to where they can be part of a bigger system, or we can help them navigate things they can't navigate because they're a small company. But in order to do that, you need, and I think we need this in academia too, is I think you need transparency, because transparency equals speed, right? So that $50 million, for example, that the state legislature gave for these unique facilities is really for all state-funded universities to use. We're just the caretakers of it, right? So if you have relevant, so it goes back to what Guy was saying earlier about, like, hey, we try to collaborate across, like those facilities really, if you have relevant technologies you want to test, research, come on and bring it and get on the schedule, let's get after it. Now, every university, to include our own university, has to pay to use the facilities, but if you write that into the proposal, it could be a joint proposal with industry or startup or another partner, another academic institution, we can use that to help further further what we need to for the Department of Defense and the IC. The last thing you asked about was security. Security is important. Texas A&M has a award-winning research security office. You don't normally say that when you talk about universities, but it does. But more and more, the work that we're doing it went from unclass to CUI to now we're moving more towards the classified. In academia, that's harder and harder to do. And sometimes they don't want U.S. persons, they want U.S. citizens. So it's hard enough to do that outside an academia institution. Inside, it is really difficult. But we have to recruit those that meet the need, that are National Academy engineers and all the rest of it, in order to help help move the needle on modernization for Department of Defense.
So the point that you just brought up about the ability to scale, we talked a bunch about this yesterday. Michelle talked about this from small business. There's a decision that you can stay in that SBIRS 1, SBIRS 2 area, but if you want to be able to go to that next program where Army Futures Command talked about, are you ready to scale and go and provide this capability in the field to 117 battalions and then expand that to the joint world? A decision has to be made earlier about the ability to build that workforce. And so whether it's with UT Dallas, whether it's with Texas A&M, any of these institutions, that's a tough decision. When you're a new startup and you're an entrepreneur and you're saying, do I really want to do an STTR, a technology transfer, and work with the university? But again, that will get you to that point, is thinking about that workforce development and building those relationships with these universities and the ecosystems that they work in is huge. So I want you to think about that. It's not an easy decision, but as you do that, working, as Ross said, working with the university on your proposals and stuff is a great way to start thinking about that workforce requirement down the road that you've had to keep pretty skinny as a startup. So.
Yeah. So Joe, we've heard about the importance of facilities and about the importance of collaboration and the importance of partnership. Tell us a little bit about what's going on in UT Dallas.
Sure, and I'd like to touch on some things Russ said and also Heather raised. One of the other aspects that we're trying to develop, and something that's happened in university campuses, and certainly it's very much happened at Texas universities, is really embracing entrepreneurship. And it really follows upon your central point that the innovations that we see and the basis of having global leadership in virtually any technology area is going to come from the small business sector. The universities are increasingly interested and capable of supporting venture development within their institution, cultivating it among their students, which is really exciting. Being a parent of a 26-year-old, and those of your parents have asked your kid, what are you going to do with your life? They go, I don't know. But you get these kids, they're talking about how they're going to do their first pitch. they're trying on conviction for the first time. It's so exciting. It gets you so certain for the future of the country and for the next generation. But the venture development becomes something that's very important. We are, you mentioned some of the support from the state, and really the state has been all in on many of the institutional requests. We have a request going in to develop what we call, and euphemistically, capital chip factory. It's basically working at the intersection of venture development, semiconductors, and defense. And the idea of being able to nucleate these next generation businesses that would be, and support them with the important and costly infrastructure for them to be able to get past that proof of concept, that prototype development, even boutique development of, a full run of capabilities, and then leverage, of course, the Center for Harsh Environment Electronics. So culturally, what's happened is we're seeing venture development become much, much more commonplace. We have a Blackstone launch pad that goes across the entire state, and it's all about developing venture development, and I think it's ripe for DoD, and all of us are partners in these kinds of activities. But you also, and I want to touch on something that's really important, and it's as you build collaborations and interactions among the universities, you have to remember that what universities are. They're a collection of, in labs and faculty, it's like a whole bunch of small businesses. And the earlier you get to these faculty, the better off you are in terms of steering and guiding their careers. One of the things that's been incredibly impactful for us, and I think, and I hope that the Department of Defense really understands, how transformative it can be, is the Young Investigator programs. We have Young Investigator Awards from ONR, from AFRL, from all these different, DARPA, okay? That gets faculty plugged into DoD problems early on in their careers. And they are forever engaged on opportunities that the DoD has. And they're also, it's about cultivating that next generation of thought leaders. Those Young Investigator programs, I think, are just a fantastic investment. And I bet, because of the payoff over 10 and 20 years could be potentially enormous. So those are some major changes that we've seen around the campus. And we could talk security at some point. Hey, it's a university. We have a global mission to educate the world, and then we want to keep information from people. We do it, okay? We do it. We try not to replicate Department of State, because I guarantee you, if you ask faculty to do anything, to be FBI agents, they'll be terrible at it. So we got to and for that reason, we have a great relationship with the local FBI. We handle export control, but we try to leverage, the people in federal service that know what they're doing in terms of who they bring into this country. And locally, we tighten things up to make sure that when people come in and visiting faculty, from a different country, what's their visa say? Is it a tourist visa? No. You have to tell the Department of State why you're coming here. And those become kind of process things that we've really kind of grown to be able to implement.
Yeah. So speaking of being terrible at things, I'm not sure I'm very good at clock management. Capital Factory staff, what time are we supposed to
we got 2
finish
more
up?
hours.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All those in favor?
We got 5 minutes
we have
left.
about 5 minutes to go. So I thought perhaps we'd use our last few minutes here, and I'm sure all of you have thoughts in your heads. General Reuter, maybe you could kind of make a last remark here, and then we'll go on down the line.
That's so much. I think for us, the big takeaway is we would really like to do more with academia. I think for us, if we could have more interaction, more projects with academia, and I know we were talking yesterday, trying to figure out more ways to engage and have that interaction, I think that would be more beneficial for us, but hopefully also beneficial for the students. I think that would give us a much bigger talent pool, but also a bigger emphasis on bringing that type of intelligence back into the DoD that we probably don't have at this point.
Yeah, you made the point when we talked yesterday, the importance of making students aware of the opportunities for careers involved with the DoD, and they
Absolutely.
may not be seeing that, and we can do better to show it to them.
Right, and not just necessarily in uniform too. There's plenty of opportunity inside the DoD that doesn't require you to be in uniform every day, so.
I'll just say that not everything requires a checkbook. And so ask and thou shalt receive. We'd be delighted to do more. We do things on our own, and to some extent I kind of like that. Why? Because I don't have to do what I want to do. But But the opportunity to expand and scale some of the great experiments that we're doing. Hack for Defense is a great example. We don't get no money for that. And we do that because it's important, it's valued. Texas is the right place. We care about national security, we care about national defense. It's part of the culture and fabric of this state and the history of this state. So with it, you get that immediate buy-in and engagement. So we're really at the ready to do a wide range of things, whether it's semiconductors that I've touched on a great deal already, whether it's cybersecurity. We have great collaborations with our friends at UTSA, or whether it's hardware-based security. These are all things that are part of what we do and will continue to do. We welcome all those kinds of potential interactions.
It takes places like this, Collaboratorium, here at Capital Factory, that brings us all together for events like this. I've been on panels with our friends from IBM, BAE, all these folks are really interested in national security, and I think that is the point that this is the nexus, really, Texas, I believe, to be the next, Crystal City or the next, Pentagon City. Not because, we want to go to war, but really because we want to prevent the next war, right? This is really about being in a position from authority to leverage what you have. So, and then you got to do it at speed and at scale. And then, I've been a mentor here before, and what I would say is to the young startup companies that when you think hypersonics or you think directed energy, that's great, and you're like, I don't do anything in that. But if you think about all the enabling technologies that have to ride on top of those technologies, like you have to see, you have to communicate, you have to hear in a degraded environment, those are the things also that you can, put yourselves into those areas, but you're going to need a little bit of a military Sherpa to help you navigate what's really important or what you dual or multi-use technology you might have. So I want to say thanks to Capital Factory and then to my colleagues for sure. Always, my job is to make them look really good, so I think that Guy looks fantastic.
So again, yeah, our relationship with Capital Factory has been absolutely tremendous, so we appreciate it. And again, they've expanded down there. Josh and Jorge have put together a great team down in San Antonio to do that. Again, it's not just about 5 decades being in the DoD and with the Air Force and with the military. On Tuesday, my son, who's an F-16 aggressor pilot, does his first deployment, so I've still got a lot of stake in this game, and that's where I'm focused at, right? So, but San Antonio, again, there's a great collaboration here. We are fortunate to be moving into a brand new facility down there. It's the School of Data Science and the National Security Collaboration Center. I have waterfront property down there on the San Pedro Creek where the city was founded 300 years ago. We're one of 6 schools of data science in the country. And so being able to do that, we'd love. Every Thursday we have collaboration days, and the people in that room are Army Research Lab, our FBI, our 3 of the national labs, as well as numerous folks. We work closely with CPS Energy, San Antonio Water System to keep the lights on. So state-of-the-art type of facility, but more important than the facility, it's that collaboration piece that's happening down there. And so we will continue to do that and working with our partners throughout the UT systems, Texas A&M. NSCC is at UTSA, but we are numerous colleges are all part of that ecosystem. I've got some brochures that I'll have in the back of the room to look at it, but we'd love to have you come down and take a visit.
And he's not Air Force, he was an A-10 pilot, so he's really an Army guy. He's really an Army guy.
So I said at the beginning, it was my privilege to work with incredible researchers and incredible students at the university. It's been another privilege here today to work with an incredible panel. And so please join me in thanking them for being here today.
Thank you, Pete. Gentlemen, ma'am, thank you very much for your discussion points. And thank you to all of you and to all of our service members who have served our country. We are aware that many of you are in the room this week, and we appreciate your service to our country and ongoing as your commitment to innovation continues. We will now take quickly, I have to plug that if there are any other innovators in academia here today, there will be a meetup at 250 on the 16th floor in our Willie conference room. We invite you all to come to that meetup. We'll now take a 15-minute break. When we come back, we'll be having a panel with the Air Force and Space Force. So we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
And then it'll blow up. Elena, leave me alone. All right.
Please take your seats. We're going to get started in about 1 minute.
Together.
Start singing. Okay. John Cena song.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started with our next session. We'll give you a minute to take your seats. Thank you so much. I'm Haley Garen. I'm the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Events Manager here at Capital Factory. Thank you so much for the last few days and bringing so much innovation and energy into our space. We really appreciate y'all being here, and especially all the questions you've been asking, the conversations you've been having with our founders is pivotal, so we really appreciate it. If you haven't noticed, Capital Factory, we're huge Star Wars fans. And our next panel brings the Force, Air Force and Space Force, that is, to discuss how they are working together to accelerate getting tech into the hands of their airmen and guardians. Please welcome Helena Krusek, Deputy Engagement Lead at AF Ventures, to moderate this panel.
Thank you. Come on up, gentlemen. Hopefully y'all can hear me okay. All right, I hear myself. Excellent, it works. Okay. Thanks so much for having us today, everyone. I recognize day 2 of big conferences like this. It can be a lot. Lots of networking happening and good excuses to go be elsewhere. But really appreciate you all being here because this is a really great discussion we're going to be having today about not just how we're delivering technology to our airmen and guardians, but how we can transition these things better, how we can do a better job and learn from each other across our various organizations about how to do this better going forward. So again, my name is Helena Krusak. I'm the Deputy Engagement Lead here for Aff Ventures. Have an esteemed panel with us here today. We're going to start off by introducing first Lieutenant Colonel Hans Jagow, who is the Director of Arcworks. You want to say a couple words about what Arcworks is real quick before we go down the line?
Sure, happy to. I'm the stand-in. I think when our Space Force brethren couldn't make it and you discovered there was a Han Solo in the crowd, I think that's why you invited me.
Whenever there's a solo, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I'm the director of Arcworks, which is Air National Guard Innovation. We're based out of Tucson, Arizona, and we support 90 wings in 54 states and territories nationwide, a force of 107,000 strong, scaling bottom-up driven innovation to meet operational imperatives to realize impact. And that's the top-level summary.
Excellent. Okay. All right, next we are going to move right along to, I want to make sure I get everyone's names correct here. So Mr. John Vona, correct? All right, you are the Deputy Director of Plans, Programs, and Requirements for Air Combat Command. For those who aren't aware, ACC, talk a little bit really quickly about what ACC does.
Okay, well, first of all, I have to admit I'm a Star Trek fan, not a Star Wars fan, so I wanted to get that out first. But I'm responsible for operational requirements for our weapon systems that we modernize and sustain for the Combat Air Force. That includes fighters, munitions, command and control, intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, personnel recovery, and very recently offensive and defensive cyber. So that's what I do every day, but the other area that I've been heavily involved in the last couple years is our Innovation Enabling Council, which is chaired by our Director of Operations, our Chief Scientist, and ourselves in the 589, where we go out to our units and try to help enable and empower our airmen, find them partners for innovation, and then also work some of the transition issues that we're going to talk about a little bit more in the panel here. So thanks for letting me be here today.
Yeah, thanks for having us. And real quick, I will say we are really bad about acronyms, so I'm going to try really hard. I heard you say a lot of acronyms, and I appreciate you spelling those things out because we definitely fall into that trap, so thank you for that. Moving right along, we're going to move over to Colonel Michael Stefanovic. He's the Director of the Strategic Studies Group. Can you tell us what is SSG?
Yeah, absolutely. So as an organization, we're really small. We exist under the Vice Chief. We're at the intersection of innovation and emerging technology, and we do that not only within the Air Force, but between the Air Force and academia, the Air Force and the commercial space, as well as across the international space. So we have some exchange officers on the team. For those that saw the discussion earlier, Chuck Norris and Christoph here, some of the exchange officers. So we also work across our partners and allies to make sure that really innovation and emerging technology are there to support the warfighters.
Excellent. All right. And then last but certainly not least, Colonel Martin Salinas, who is our very own COO of the Afworks Organization. Do you want to speak a little bit about who we are and what it is that you're doing, particularly, I think, with Spark?
Yeah, sure. So, I hold a couple of hats, right? COO, and have the privilege of also leading our Spark division, which, if you aren't tracking, that's really the organization that looks to empower our airmen and guardians with innovation, support them, provide reach back and collaboration tools for them, again, across the entire DAF, which now equals over 100 different innovation cells across the world. So pretty exciting things we're doing there. And we also now, I lead the team here in Austin. We have an office here in the Capital Factory as the lead for engagement with industry and all of you.
Excellent. And real quick, for those who don't know, DAF stands for Department of the Air Force, right? So when we're talking about two forces, one organization, right? It's the Air Force and the Space Force. We're working to create solutions for airmen and guardians. So that's what that means. If you hear DAF, that's what DAF stands for.
We should probably pay $1 for every time we make that mistake, so I owe you $1.
No, all good. Yes, $1. All right. So the point of this discussion here today, one of the things that you said earlier, Riddler, is that we have this really interesting...
we probably should let them know I'll go by Riddler.
I know, I probably should not say that too. Okay, everyone's got call signs too. I heard we said Solo, I said Riddler. Colonel Salinas was mentioning earlier that we have this really interesting problem where we have this supply of great innovation, right? All of these innovative technology components that we've brought in through our SIBR and SITR programs, these really great capabilities, but the problem that we have is that they get stuck in transition, getting across the finish line. The way that this program is designed, SIBR-SITR, is purpose-built through 3 phases in order to de-risk technology, right? And the ultimate goal is always to get to that phase 3 transition. We don't want it to stay in that cyberspace. And what we find across the organization is that there's varying levels of success for having that happen for lots of different reasons that we'll talk about here today. But the point of this being, we want to help talk about what that problem is, right? Define that issue and why it's happening, sort of the associated things that are leading to that difficulty, and then examine some of the ways that we across the major commands have done this successfully, have been able to bring technology to bear for warfighters and guardians. So first and foremost, I definitely want to spend some time talking about clarifying the problem, right? So let's hit that one first. I think we all know, and anyone who has been involved in the cyber space, that phase 3 transition is hard. It's hard. The whole thing is hard, right? It's sort of purposefully done so that we're making sure, again, that we're doing that checks and balances system, but it is difficult because it requires a lot of buy-in from a lot of different people from across the organization. So those of you that have done the process, you can probably attest to the fact that it's not easy, it's worthy, but it's very difficult. So I want to first talk a little bit about the problem, and maybe Colonel Salinas, maybe you can start with that as the Afworks organization, how we recognize that.
I'd love to. So I came from the acquisitions community and the test community, so I've kind of seen how this happens on the standard path. And we all know, the reason why we were brought into existence as an organization that is Afworks, it was to accelerate that process or find ways to do it, but also to build ways to build a culture of innovation and encourage and empower that innovation within our own people. So we actually are trying to do it from 2 different directions. One is reach out there and put our dollars that we can into the small defense industrial space to potentially kind of grow and nurture that market to bring in dual use capability into the Air Force, but also to reach into, so that's kind of our outward facing approach, and our inward facing approach is towards our own folks, our own entrepreneurs within the Air Force. And I think it's really interesting because kind of growing up in the Air Force, we didn't really have that kind of spirit really. Really great ideas essentially sometimes were just kind of crushed. But I think we've done a really great job in a handful of years, thanks to a lot of visionary leaders within the Air Force, of reversing that trend to the point now we have an interesting problem. And I think part of it is we actually have a very good supply of airman and guardian innovation within the Air Force. We've grown that. It's not a problem anymore that those ideas are crushed. They actually have some funding behind them. They have some development behind them. They have support, and they have tools where they can collaborate. And so we see that supply side growing and growing and growing. On the other side, we've been very fortunate in Afworks to have a lot of resources to take shots on goal with industry, right? So we have a pretty decent amount of cyber dollars that we can exercise in different, creative ways. But now we see this other interesting problem of this large supply side of your innovation that exists out there at this threshold of the end user. And I think one of the things that we're finding interesting, so all of those things stacking from the inside, from the outside, coming to the end user who could potentially use them. And I think we've all admired this problem a lot, right? The question is that through the standard acquisitions process, we all know that there's already things set up to allow for that adoption and for that move across that threshold. There's testing, right? There's tools. They've heard about it for years, and then they receive it. When you have these faster iterative innovations or tools coming over there, the question is always, well, who's going to do the testing? Who's going to help with adoption? Who's going to help them understand how to take it? What is the life cycle of this new innovation, and how does it work? And right now, I think that is a football in the middle of the field, and no one really quite understands how to grab it and run, but we want to get after it.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I thought someone was gonna jump in. So I think from the startup perspective, and I've seen this in my time here working in Capital Factory, there's a couple of common things that people tend to run into when they're getting into this phase 3 space. One of those things being authority to operate, ATO, right? That is a huge monumental effort that is expensive and has knowledge attached to it that can be really difficult. There's other unsexy certifications and requirements attached to that as well. So can we talk about those as a group as well, about what some of those things are?
Yeah, absolutely. So I just want to highlight one of the things that that Riddler was talking about. When we talk about transition, when we talk about the idea of something moving beyond where it is now, I think it's really important that we all understand what we mean by transition. I think there's sometimes a disconnect between what the greater Air Force maybe thinks of transition and what the possibilities of transition are. And it's a large continuum. So as we talk about as what is the actual problem, I think it's important to define as part of the problem, what does it mean to be successful? And so what I mean by that is so many of the bottom-up airman innovative type of ideas don't necessarily need to transition to some $100 billion program, right? We're not talking about an F-35 necessarily type of program. But what we're talking about is maybe fielding one thing, or maybe not even fielding it. Maybe it's something that goes into a catalog. Maybe it's we need 5 of them, or maybe it does become a program of record. And so I think it's important that as we talk about what does success actually look like in this space, we frame it according to that. Because unfortunately, a lot of airmen, especially innovators coming from the bottom up, when they partner with a company, the expectation is, hey, this is a great product. We're going to bring it in the Air Force. We're going to go through the entire SBIR pipeline, and then it's going to get picked up by a PEO. But the reality is that just may not be necessary. So it's a matter of tempering expectations, understanding where the idea fits in, and where's the best way to put it into the entire poem of whatever the acquisition process happens to be. And sometimes the idea is just a bridge solution, right? You see a lot of cases where maybe there is something in 3 to 5 years that are out there, but success maybe isn't having this product sustained or fielded and then sustained for 3 to 5 to 10 years. Maybe the idea is it gets fielded now, and then maybe we sustain it for a year or two, and then it sunsets, and that's it, and it goes away. Instead of this idea of, hey, we need to bring something on, now let's sustain it, let's palm for it, and let's put it into the 5 to 10 year plan. So I think it's important just from the managing expectation standpoint, and then also, what does it look like for success for an airman innovator, and what does it look like for success from the company side, right? Because from the commercial side, you want to be able to iterate through solutions. Let's field something new. Let's field something interesting, right? And the last thing we want to do is, while it may be profitable to have a sustainment tail that goes on for quite a while, what that doesn't do is it doesn't offer us new opportunities to do things differently, to do things in an interesting way that evolves with what the rest of the world is doing.
If I could pile onto your comment, I think some of the most successful transitions I've seen have been, of course I'm from the headquarters, so I'm here to help, but it isn't putting crushing bureaucracy on the effort. It's trying to find those, staying connected throughout the life cycle of the innovation effort and trying to help enable and empower the team at the right times. For instance, if they need a little bit of money to pay for, if you want to put a software item in the cloud, right? If we talked about the ATO issue, bringing in an organization that can help the company with all the requirements there and what's required and kind of coach and mentor. We use Air Force Research Lab a lot for that type of assistance. So really trying to identify a champion at the staff level, empower the airman who's trying to team with you all, and just enter and exit at the right points and not lose sight of what the goal is. So I think that's where I've seen the most success, because I think everybody wants to be successful, but we don't have to bring in big A acquisition all the time. There's a lot of small things that we can do together.
So I'll jump in, tag onto that. I think, to all of your comments, step one is to define the problem. What is it that you're trying to solve? Once you define the problem that you're trying to solve, you define what it is that right looks like. What are your key performance parameters? When solved, will you realize against that original problem statement? I think if you can start there, and this is where a true partnership exists between Department of Defense and industry and academia in defining what it is that you're trying to solve and then defining what it is that you're going to report on. And when you start to report on what solved looks like, where the value is, where the creation of product actually realizes remedy, those initial reporting structures will start to compile a bulk of data or start to compile the initial reports that justify a scaling opportunity. Or justify a fielding opportunity. And here's where I don't get locked into what transition looks like, because sometimes transition is, in the Air National Guard, we have some very unique missions. We land C-130s on the ice, and a transition for a solution for C-130s landing on the ice might be a one-off, very unique product for that particular mission. Mm-hmm. That's as far as it scales. We've solved their problem. We can report on that, which is very different than something that may affect the entirety of the F-16 fleet. So the bulk of data and solving a problem begins to identify how big it scales, how far it goes, or how long you need to support that structure. And that's just communication. It's communication between the stakeholder and industry and the PEOs if it needs to scale at the level of PEOs or program executive offices, major command levels of scaling opportunity.
Yeah, if I could add on to that, since I'm requirements guy, when we talk requirements in this case, I don't think we're talking like a specification or adjacent, one of our standard requirements documents that goes up to the Pentagon. I think what we're talking about is defining more of a challenge problem, leaving it a little bit broader so that innovation can occur. Otherwise, we're just doing traditional acquisition. So you have to leave that space for the team to innovate. We have an effort we're doing out on the West Coast right now at Beale Air Force Base that when we defined the problem, we started in one direction, and then as we started looking at the utility of the product, we went off in a whole different direction in terms of the operational value it brought. And if we had defined things very tightly, we probably wouldn't have discovered what we did and learned from it. So I think keeping it broad is really important because we're talking about innovation, not acquisition here.
Yeah, and to yes and that, I mean, that's really that's the value of how innovators think, right? You don't just come to a table with a set of requirements and then that drives you to a specific solution. And you highlighted it perfectly there. Of let's explore the problem space and then let's find the problem, then let's explore the solution space. And it may not be, the problem may not be what you think it is, nor may the solution be. And everybody knows that in the room. But I think that's the value of what a lot of the innovation space brings to the table through design thinking and a lot of the other different methodologies. But I did want to return to your question that you asked about the ATO and just to highlight that I think there is value in helping not only innovators to understand, but also the companies to understand that there are maybe some administrative type of processes that need to happen as these ideas come forward, right? So whether it's ATOs or certifications or whatever it happens to be, so many times innovators or even the companies, there's a lot of frustrations. Well, I didn't realize this needed to happen. I didn't realize this needs to happen. So I do think there is some value to almost creating some, maybe not a checklist, but something so that people realize it's more to it than I have an idea, I'm going to create something, and magic happens. There is some administrative piece in there, and so how do we get ahead of the frustration of airmen and companies having to deal with those particular pieces without having to break the system every time?
Mm-hmm. And I do want to keep going that direction, but while we're in the business of defining things, I want to make sure we're hitting on those real quick. So we said a couple of words, I want to make sure everyone knows what they are. So when we're talking about PEOs, what is a PEO and what is the role in this? And as we're talking about acquisitions, right, traditional acquisitions, not everything has to fit into that same bucket, right? Mm-hmm. The problem with a hammer is that it sees everything as a nail, right? And so if we're trying to think about creative contracting, looking at different ways to work with small businesses, not everything has to go through that traditional process. So can we define some of those things first before we go into some of the successes?
Yeah, I'll get after that. So PEOs are program executive offices, and traditionally through an acquisition, that's who manages that capability, right? So, our requirement owner says, hey, I need something that can go do X. And then they hand that over to our program executive office, whose job is essentially to program manage that thing to existence, right? And they typically work closely with the developer or whoever the OEM is. And I think that is also what kind of leads into some of the issues that our our smaller industry partners deal with. Listen, face it, Afworks is nascent, right? I mean, this whole approach that we have is relatively new in the broad spectrum of history of the DoD. And our folks are really used to working with the PO. It's like a silver platter, right? It's a white glove service for them. They're going to get this thing that they asked for, probably around a 90 to 95% of what they asked for, and hopefully it's still relevant by the time they get it, right? But everything is taken care of in a nice little package, delivered to their door. They know how to open the door and pull that package in, open it up, and get running. When it comes to these sort of innovations, you don't get that white glove service, right? There's not someone there at the program office working with the large prime, and the large prime already understands all the requirements, the certifications, the authorities to operate, authorities to connect, authorities to use, you name it, airworthiness, all the things that are important. That's usually held between the program office and those very experienced large primes. In this world, no one really, to be honest with you, has that completely figured out, right? So I've seen situations where our industry partner here in the small business world will be working with one of our end users, and they kind of look at each other and go, well, I thought you were bringing it. Well, no, I thought you were bringing it. Well, who's bringing it? And they just kind of sit there and look at each other, right? And nobody really knows who's got the ball, right? And I think that's something that we've really looked at, which when you take the PEO out of it, the Program Executive Office, which is typically not necessarily involved here. We're looking for opportunities where we can involve them better. Because let's face it, the other thing they bring to the table is lifecycle management, right? So the idea of how do we take these innovations that you bring, these great technologies, but think about how we live with them and how we cycle them in a rational manner that's relevant, right? So it may not be that, yeah, I'm a B-52 guy. I don't know if it's a success or a failure that the B-52 is going to fly from like the 58 to 2058, right? I don't know how to square that in my mind because we probably should have had 10 bombers since then, you know, those sort of things. I think going forward, those rapid cycles are going to be more challenging.
Yeah, great. So as we're thinking through that as well, I have in my notes here that there's some folks in the room that have done this in really interesting ways. And that, Solo, one thing we were talking about behind the scenes was about how not everything has to go through that entire life cycle management process. Some things can just be a widget that is just purchased, and that's good enough, right? So can you talk a little bit about your experience and some of the things that you've done? You've done some really interesting, innovative projects. Can you just speak at a high level of that and what you think the real value is on doing that?
Sure. Yeah, sometimes you see a problem, you see a need, and you have the ability to meet a need. And we can very quickly adapt to cover down on a problem. So I'll use COVID as an example. We had a team that identified a very small solutions provider that had a solution to emerging COVID problems. And I'm going to segue a little bit on this answer as well, in that we were able to reach out, we were able to grab a solution, we were able to realize that solution in our operational locations. And then here's the other thing that was amazing about that is that when we shared that solution with sister services, it really allowed that solution to scale. What I've been amazed by is when we're willing to let go of something, when we're willing to share it with our Army brethren, when we're really willing to share it with our Marine Corps brethren, when we're willing to share it with NASA, amazing things happen in that those sister service organizations, yes, and it to the next level, and then you realize the partnerships and the stakeholders that in the case of the Army, the Secretary of the Army was able to issue a national stock number identification. So that now through traditional supply chain, we have that number associated with the product so that the Army can go buy that solution and the Air Force can go buy that solution and the Marine Corps can go buy that solution. And it really was a low dollar solution. And we're talking about within command budgets, you know, your tactical level commanders, realizing the ability to go out and buy a $2,500 product. That $2,500 product doesn't necessarily need to make those major program budgets for 3-year out fiscal execution. It's no, hey, we see a problem. I use the example behind the scene. I'm an 80s kid, grew up at Chuck E. Cheese playing whack-a-mole. And I see a problem, I can whack a mole and I can move on to the next mole. Mm-hmm. But then share that solution with sister services or across headquarters Air Force so that other people with $2,500 can whack the same mole.
Yeah, absolutely. So, John, one of the things we were talking about behind the scenes as well, another potential solution is leveraging, involving industry partners in collecting this data, right, and how that can play a role in streamlining this process. Do you want to tap on that one a little bit more?
I don't remember that question.
No, we're talking about in the context of capturing and creating projections, right? How can, when we're talking about stakeholder definition and how all of these players can work together to do things like this.
Yeah, haven't had enough coffee yet today. Although the coffee is great here. So one of the things that we talked about was the need to stay connected and report on our progress throughout. And we're not talking about the types of deliverables and reports that a major acquisition program has, but those checkpoints. You know, for me, one way that we do that is with demonstrations, right? We want to show a capability. Are we on target or not? But important from us, if we're going to sponsor something, to really understand, are we making progress on it? Where are the problem areas that we need to help enable the team if they're going to make further progress? Maybe it's not the right effort. That's okay too. I mean, there's lessons learned, but making sure that we are having that regular communication and reporting throughout the process. I've always found if we appoint a champion, it's kind of management 101, if we appoint a champion to work it through the life cycle and bring the right parties in and out and advocate for resources and that sort of thing, that we have more success, because as senior leaders in our organization, we have a lot on our plates. But at the same time, this is really important. I mean, a small investment in solving a small problem can have huge impact. We had one effort that we did with Afworks that is now basically the piece of software that drives how 3,000 airmen in our Air Force are organizing and managing the way that they produce intelligence every day across the globe. And it was a very small investment for us, a huge gain in automation, and we found through our regular working through the problems, yes, we had the ATO issue, the cybersecurity issue. When we brought in somebody to work that, we found that we needed bridging funding, because sometimes our clunky programming processes we have in the Air Force or in the DoD, we'll broaden that to DoD. It takes years for those things to catch up and provide the money. So we had to go out and find that bridging money to host that software in the cloud, to make sure that we could cover the licensing costs and that we could cover the developers. So that's why I think the management piece of this is really important, and that we're working all the way up and down to empower the team when they need help. So hopefully I answered your question.
Yeah, John, so I'm going to highlight two things that you brought up that I think are that if we could get right, and I think we're working to get them right as an Air Force, are really important. So number one, tools that help horizontally and vertically to collaborate. So whether it's between portfolios in the innovation space, as well as giving champions, if you will, the opportunity to say, hey, those are interesting ideas. That's something that I, as a senior leader, am interested in. I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to support it, whether it's with funding or whether it's with resources of whatever kind. But what that allows then the innovator to do is actually receive some support for his or her idea to really push it through. And without that, we all know that innovation a lot of times can die if you don't have that support at whatever level. So it's creating those tools that allow the collaboration, that allow almost a collider space amongst ideas. And I think that's extremely valuable, because if you don't have that, you see the very quickly withering, and then it also gets after the ATO support problem, and as well as all the administrative type of support issues when you do have this senior leader champion. So I think that's a really, really critical point.
So to that point, I think step one is that we like to think in the Department of Defense that we all have very unique problems. And it's my problem because it hurts so bad at my level. And I think in opening up that connectivity, we realize that problems are not unique. And I think that's first instance to identify opportunities for scale, in that we all talk about our problems in different fashions, but the ability to identify your problem, the ability to connect your problem, the ability to realize that problem is not unique just to your own environment, and it's actually something that's shared at the joint service level or shared across the entirety of the Air Force, and then start that reporting structure on what the results are towards that problem set. Initial instance of scale through some of that connectivity. That's really where I think Afworks, to Afworks' credit, we've opened up that architecture. And for those of us that have served for a long time, those stovepipes are now being broken down, where we have structures, we can start to share results, share data, and share in the pain that is the problem statement that is the catalyst for all of this.
So I'm feeling from the audience we may be missing some context, because there's probably some folks going, hey, if you're putting that grant money out, why aren't you curating it all the way to the end state, right? And part of what I'd like to share with you is, in some ways we do that, but the way Afworks does approach these things in a little bit different. It's a little bit of a different problem for us. We have a traditional, I would say, way of applying those dollars when we get into specific topic allocations with our SBIRs, and that is more curated with an end user. Where we've gone, and I think one of what we call our innovations, which started with the beginning of Afworks, is and maybe some of you have been involved in this, the open topic, and that is a little bit different. So that's our opportunity to take more shots on goal, and where we find ourselves, I think, again, back to that supply. The supply issue comes from that open topic. It has been great in instigating that relationship with all of you and bringing that supply over. But it does lack, because of it's so open, that direct connectivity, and that's what we're looking at. We talked about that champion, and I think one of the interesting things is we kind of explored out there. I've been running around the Air Force looking for where do we see examples of some areas where they've brought those champions in. We found a different way outside of that standard acquisitions process, and hopefully I'll get this acronym right when I spell it out. We found some examples at major commands where they have technology integration support centers.
There you go.
Call them TISCs. So who's really good at this? So let's think about this. So what happens at a standard acquisition is they're used to getting, again, that 95% of what the requirement was, white glove service. And a dual use capability that's not a handmade wooden shoe, it's probably a novel solution to a problem, which is terrific. That's where innovation, I think, really lies at that leading edge. They're probably not going to get that, right? They're not getting that handmade wooden shoe. They're probably going to get a 70 to 80% solution, but there's a little bit more DevOps, even outside of software. I'm going to even say hardware may need some DevSecOps, and we'll argue about that later, but prove me wrong. But who's going to do that, right? If you look at the way AFSOC, Air Force Special Operations Command, I mean, Special Forces have been doing this since the beginning of time. They're used to taking kind of off-the-shelf capability, developing it a little bit more with the OEM, and then doing something very interesting with that. They have the TISC that I just identified. I know ACC, Air Combat Command, is working on things like that. They're doing some work there. Our Installation Service Management Command, IMSC, I probably got that wrong. Anyway, so they, which unfortunately could not make it today, also have a program for that. So one of the things that we're trying to do as an Afworks is really encourage that sort of development, that sort of alternative way of doing development with all of you, getting it from that 80% to where they need to be to that last maybe, I don't know, 15 to 20 more percent to get it in those, in our hands. And I think that's an area of challenge and opportunity. And I think we've seen some successes too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Anyone want to shout out any successes they've seen at their organizations that we can sort of close out with before we open up for questions? I know that we've got a lot of good folks in the audience. I'm sure have questions about this. So I want to make sure we're closing on that before we open up.
So I just wanted to highlight a little bit about what Riller was talking about. I look at this from the commercial side as an opportunity to bring in maybe a 70 or 80% product, and then instead of iterating outside, separate from the DoD, iterate with your customer. Iterate with the DoD through your tool to help solve the problem that we have. And I think that's maybe a little bit of a different model than what we're used to. As a DoD, we're used to, hey, here's my thing. I wanted a water bottle, that's it. And then I just buy this thing. Instead of, hey, let's talk about what something looks like. I'm thirsty, so I need to have something to solve that problem. What does that look like? And then iterating through that with the DoD. And on our side, we're actually working through what does that look like? What does the DevOps environment look like? Not only at the Afworks level, but maybe disaggregated. How do we accept that iteration from a company, right? So you have an eight-person company that's out there. They have something that's great. It's maybe not at the 100%. Well, how do we partner? How do we partner with the SBIR program, through the SBIR program, to be able to do that, to get to the product that we need? So that's, in our mind, that's how we're going to get to the product that is going to not only help us, but help this company that maybe has some interesting tech that maybe doesn't quite fit exactly what we need, but we can work with the company to get there as we work into whatever the digital future looks like. And that's where we're all trying to go, right? The world is changing quickly. How do we change the Air Force along with the world?
So one of the challenges that I have working in a very large command with a lot of units, you mentioned a little bit about the technology integration cell type. concept. We have formal and informal organizations that do that. So we have an Agile Battle Lab that works for our Director of Operations. We have our 10-cap organization. But as I travel around to our wings and the units below them, I find all these cells that are there. Everybody has some type of innovation lab. So one of our problems is really trying to connect from top to bottom and make sure that we're not missing opportunities that we could scale, that we could push across the command to other places. That's a big part of our challenge. That's why we formed an Innovation Enabling Council and Board about 2 years ago. And there's a working group that helps empower the airmen at kind of the action officer level. But to try to bring up and discover what's going on out there, and also try to provide resources without putting crushing bureaucracy and processes. But our council is also the place where we communicate with our strong partners like Afworks and with AFRL and all the other organizations that we work with. So that is kind of our voice for the top level focus areas and challenges we have. Happy to connect with any of you on that, but certainly not trying to put what we're doing at the command level as a blocker between you and our airmen, because innovation happens at all levels. Not a lot happening in the headquarters there. We're more about the empower. So I encourage you to connect with our airmen, and we're happy to help you make connections there as well from the headquarters. So, thanks.
So I think to that point, and when you opened with "I'm from headquarters and I'm here to help," how do we change that sentiment? And we are really trying to do that. We're trying to put in that light touch structure so that our airmen have the ability to iterate in tandem with the commercial solutions providers to become informed and realize next level innovations with academic expertise advising them. Put in that light touch structure so that your headquarters entities are really here to help break down barriers. You can call a friend, and we're here to come in and assist with a roadblock or assist with a paperwork drill that our airmen at the front who are really realizing that change need our assistance with. Some of the things that we've seen, I've watched this evolution of tinkering and 3D printing evolve into the additive manufacturing space. And in that evolution, we're realizing true benefit to phase maintenance throughput on, almost as old as the B-52, our KC-135s and our KC-135 fleet. Not airworthy parts production yet, but real impact on the back shop structures through the additive manufacturing space that allow us to increase the mission capable rate of those aircraft and deploy iron downrange at a moment's notice. To the TISC comment, we're nestled under the Air National Guard and the Air Force Reserve Command Test Center. And we've done really interesting things like, how do we take the potted solutions that are coming from our 4th gen fighter type aircraft and realize the benefit of those potted solutions on KC-135, C-130s, those legacy 4th gen assets to be able to deliver combat capability in expeditious timelines. That's that light touch workflow that really empowers the minds of our airmen, the tactical and the technical subject matter experts out in the field, where then we can come in and truly be that support network, not the thumb-crushing bureaucracy to those great ideas that are coming from the field.
Absolutely. Colonel Salinas, anything else you want to wrap up with? I feel like we were talking about the top-down approach, and it's also important to emphasize the good work that's being done from the bottom up as well with the Spark Cell community. Anything you want to close out on, just talking about some of those efforts?
Absolutely. There's both of those. We're spending a lot of energy on both, right? And I think that's important. And it's just terrific that we have folks coming up who see the fact that their innovation, their entrepreneurship is empowered, and then as they grow up into the Air Force, they say that, hey, these things can happen, right? And I think that's great because now we're seeding the future leaders of our Department of the Air Force, and I think that's great. I'll also say, and we can't really get into it here, but there are a lot of exciting things that are coming that's going to help us bridge all the things we just talked about, and I really can't wait to get those things going.
Yeah, a lot of really good work being done across the organization, not just with the Afworks team, but out at the MAGCOM level as well. Really excited to hopefully have some great things to talk about, maybe at the next Fed Supernova.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll have a lot to talk about the next one. Definitely.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I do recognize that we only have until the 55, so if there's any questions, love to open it up.
Thank you very much. A couple kind of nitty-gritty questions. My name is Steve Amos. I'm a dual hat. One is a for-profit called For Empowerment. A couple years ago, we successfully were awarded a Phase 1 SBIR, and we're really honored that our Phase 2 SBIR was the Air Force Wounded Warrior Team out of Randolph Air Force Base. Just to have the heartbreak and selected, to have the heartbreaking experience that with COVID, that around, 75% of the money went away. I'm wondering if there are two areas that have been addressed now. One, the military has done a great job of training people not to sign their names or talk to anybody outside of the military. It is really, really, really hard to get an MOU partner. The second, and I've heard from other people that and then later we kept going because you don't stop, right? You get up and keep going. Though, no, I'm not over that. But because we could have done so much good. And that is when someone is selected, but there's not enough funds there, which means there's a need and they see the potential. What are other revenues that are now in place so that people can keep going? Because for small businesses, that's a lot of work to do that. And it's not just the time, it's the emotional energy, and you want to do good for our country. You want to help the airmen. So I'd appreciate your comments on both of those, the funding when you have been selected, but there's not bucks, and then also the issue of people trained not to sign an MOU.
Happy to take that on. Do I have any of my contracting folks here in the room? Chase
is over hiding in the corner.
I keep Chase Eiserman from RapidX, usually within arm's reach, so thank you, Chase, for being here. So just if I get out of line, just pull me in. I know you have overfill.
Throw a shoe at you just in case.
Just
stop talking.
So here's the thing, and this is, we really work hard to communicate this and try our best, but so you're talking about when you're selectable, not funded, right? So it's a funny term. We've talked a lot about it, workshopped, and maybe you need a different term, but essentially what it comes down to, it's not that we don't have funding. We've got a pretty decent amount of funding, but we have a schedule, and we need to be able to execute to that schedule. So we've determined how many contractual actions we can execute on time to make sure that we are doing what we say we can do, right? So there's a limit we can do per sprint, right? But here's the advantage. So it essentially is like, yeah, we agree it's a good idea. We just can't get to it at that point, right? But selectable means you've been vetted, which means you're sole source eligible with that letter in your hand. So it is a win, and with that you can seek funding from other places in the Air Force, and there's more to the story, or anywhere, and usually within the DAF maybe. So, but here's the other thing. And you talked about the idea of not being able to get a TPOC or a technology point of contact to sign your memorandum. We acknowledge that is a problem. It's difficult. A lot of our folks are pretty scared. With the standard acquisitions program, we've really taught everybody to not talk to contractors because they're dirty and they're going to get you in trouble, right? And with this new approach,
As a taxpayer, I appreciate that.
yeah.
Sure.
With this new approach that we're doing, the standard rules that we've scared everybody with, we've got to kind of figure out. So I've talked a lot about, man, if we could figure out how to do RapidX for law, like LegalX, I think we will make a big win, but that's my editorial point. But the other thing we're going to do, we're going to get proactive. We're working on a platform right now. Again, I can't give too much detail about it. We're working on a platform right now where we can put all of our portfolio, or even like our phase 1 portfolio in it. And now you have maybe using the word marketplace is not the right word, but you have rapid transparency there with our airmen and guardians in that system, so now they can see all of the portfolio and connect, right? So there's a better way that they can kind of look, see what's available, what matches some of the problems they're trying to solve, and then they can almost match make, almost like a dating app, to find the partnered company they want to work with. So we think that's going to be exciting. That's coming down the road here pretty quick. And we're also working on getting a lot better. I think with COVID, it really hurt our ability to do our collider events. And we're looking at how we can do those better. So we're really getting after that to help match those folks together. So a couple of things that I think they'll work both ways. And then the other exciting thing about having the selectable, not funded companies inside of that system is that anybody with funding who likes that idea can now find you and then match to that capability.
Yeah, so I do want to highlight two things, maybe to answer your question a little bit more indirectly. So number one, I think we do have to educate our airmen better, and that's what Riddler was talking about. But what I would say is take that opportunity as a company to challenge what the individual is telling you. Well, I don't know if I can sign it. You know, don't say, hey, sign it because you can sign it, but offer to connect them because they may not know about the resources that Afworks offers, and the understanding that there are RapidX folks that can actually explain the process.
All over the Air Force.
All over the Air Force. And we've actually made those connections. Very similar type of case. Well, I can't sign. Well, actually you can. Let me connect you to the people that can explain why you can sign and why it's legal. So what I would offer as a response is challenge that person. Say, hey, you can. Let me connect you to the resources. And you're more than welcome to reach out to one of us or somebody else. But Afworks does have all those connections that will allow them to be able to realize, hey, I can actually do that. And then I think the second thing is, and Riddler brought it up, sole source. So once you've been selected, it's a lot easier from the contracting shop perspective to go directly to you. So then the airmen, they have money in their unit, let's say, that they can identify. It is much easier for them to say, okay, I can go to this company now directly, because the last thing a contracting officer wants to go through is this long selection process. Okay, we've got 90 days, whatever it is. They can literally go straight to you, which streamlines the entire process for everybody significantly.
If I could just add on to that, a lot of contracting mumbo jumbo there, which might have been that might have been where you were headed with your question. But I also find sometimes after award that when we team the developer with the airmen don't really know how to talk to the company, and they don't know if they should. It's a cultural thing. But you got to remember, our airmen, they're trained to do a certain mission every day, and that mission isn't working with developers, right? So often I find that we have to put kind of a coach in there to add some structure to how we frame the effort, because once you're under contract, we're burning daylight, right? And we want to make the maximum use of those contacts, and we want the team to be comfortable working together. So it's really an area where we have to, I find we often have to invest and help our airmen and help you all as we connect. Some airmen are naturals, at working that, and they even want to code it themselves, but others we need to give a little bit of structure to. So I'm not sure if that hits on your question at all, but it is a lesson learned for me. And when we're structuring our team and making best use of the resources in the contract.
One last thing I'd like to add to that, and I spend a lot of my daytime working with the small businesses via our weekly webinar, and then also an internal Department of the Air Force only ecosystem meeting, right, to sort of troubleshoot these problems. There's been a lot of transformation in the organization since inception back in 2018, and I think a lot of people get sort of stuck on this idea of the way that legacy contracting has been done, right? Yeah. Because there are rules and requirements around not being able to talk to contractors once the solicitation cycle is open. And that's one of the reasons why we have the pre-release and then the open release schedule, right? So one of the things that we at Afworks have been doing is trying to create that central authority that removes some of the concerns around speaking with the small businesses, because the TPOC is not the one that is being put on the spot to answer questions that they're ethically not allowed to talk with you about. So definitely bear with us. We recognize it's a problem. We're trying to help create better information. That's one thing that Afworks as an organization I think is doing really, really well. So bear with us as we're working to roll some of those things out. Any more questions?
Yep.
We've got 5 minutes.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Ryan Cousins, as a small business who's won a couple of phase 1 and phase 2s with Afworks, very resource limited, don't have necessarily all the people and personnel to go around and figuring out how the whole world of government contracting works and everything. Much to the points, echoing the kind of the points that have been brought up today. I think some of the ideas that were mentioned, say this in process or under development platform for this matchmaking service, that all sounds great. But I guess from a small business perspective, it's kind of hard to swallow just sit and wait until we pair you up with somebody, with a potential customer. Not to say that's what you're insinuating, but I think I'd be curious what your thoughts are in terms of, if you're just starting out an earlier phase 1 or phase 2 effort, say with Afworks, SpaceWorks, what are some both actions that can be taken basically proactively from a small business perspective in terms of how do we increase our chances or our likelihood of successful transition, whatever that transition might look like, whether that's working with TPOCs or primes or contracting officers, or you can go down the whole list, as well as existing resources. We've used Air Force Tech Connect to, actually pretty successful in the past, but how does that correlate to not necessarily pairing you up with technologists and scientists within FRL, which are great resources, but actually getting to that next step of getting that phase 3 quote-unquote contract?
So yeah, there's a couple of things that I think are related to that. One, it's a very competitive environment, right? So I can't guarantee that you're going to make it to a phase 3, right? So that's one thing. And the other thing is there's a really good reason why we want dual use. If you're completely reliant upon transition with the Air Force when getting involved and you do not have a good customer base out there, you're putting yourself at risk. So I would say that's my best answer to that. I mean, yeah, there is a little bit of that weight. There is a little bit of that. We're doing our best to pair, but if you are relying on our money to survive, I would say that's a high risk.
Yeah. I would also add on to that, though, just in terms of other resources, and we talk about customer discovery on our weekly webinar all the time, right, because it's something that's constantly changing. This matchmaking concept, I think, is going to be a game changer when it does come out. But in the meantime, there are other things. You mentioned Air Force Tech Connect. For those that don't know, that is, it's an interesting platform where it doesn't actively connect you with anyone on a contract. It sort of puts your idea out there into the ether to technologists at AFRL who have that option to come in and look at it, right? And we know people that have gone on to actually get customers through that process where people have raised their hand and says, that's amazing, that's something I'm looking for, and I didn't even know that existed, and then working with you through that process. So that's a very good one.
I want to throw one more thing on, just real quick.
Go ahead.
One thing we will do for you is, and this goes back to our schedule, we will do our best, and we're working very hard to execute as we said we would. So that part is not risk. So when we say we're going to do those things, we're actually trying to make sure we're following a certain schedule to get funding to you. When we say we will, that part should be no risk, should be low risk.
Yes, absolutely. And the last one I will say, and we only have a minute left, is if you go to afworks.com, go check out our website. On there, under the open topic blurb, if you go to AFVentures open topic, on there is what's called a focus areas dashboard. And what's unique about the open topic is that because there isn't that requirements development process brought in at the beginning, there's an opportunity for airmen and guardians to come to us with a wish list of stuff that they think that they want. We put that into that focus areas dashboard, and that's publicly available for you to look at. And so it does not guarantee a customer, right? It is not a promise of funding. That's one thing we do want to emphasize. But what it does mean is that some airman or guardian at some point in time has come to us and said, I think I want to buy that thing. And the beauty of the SBIR Sitter funding is that they're not actually using their funding. They're using our funding, the DAF SBIR Sitter funding, right? So what that allows them to do is come on with as a potential customer or end user through that customer memo, basically sign on and create some checks and balances that said, yeah, we'd be willing to work with this thing via a prototype. It's not actually a commitment of funding, which is where some people get kind of caught up in their hesitancy to sign on to that. So definitely go check that out. We're in the process of iterating how we deliver on that. There's an email address attached to it as well. So if there's something in there that looks interesting to you, you can reach out, and there is a human on the other side of that thing who will try to do their best to do some connection, right? We can't guarantee that that person will still be looking to buy something. However, there is a person that originally identified that's something of interest. So that is not necessarily a workaround, but a helpful tool that we do try to provide through our website. All right, I think we're right at time. Are you gonna yank me off the stage? Yeah? Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for having us. Please welcome me, or join me in thanking our panelists.
Thank you to all of our panelists. I just want to give y'all a little housekeeping real quick. So this session is over. We're going into lunch. And we'll have lunch in the atrium, and then our VIP ticket holders or our speakers. The VIP lunch is located on the 16th floor, sponsored by IOGO. And we'll see you back here at 1 or in Captain America or Antone's. Thank you.
Thank you. I know, I was like, you have to pick the flagship
Yes, yep, I'm going to sync back up with you and I'll follow up for the individuals to get
get scheduled for next week. Awesome. Yep, awesome. Yeah, so that's what they're all right. There you go. No, but and then you took a Celsius and then you were good. You were like, and I'm here. I'm gonna keep my clothes on. You know what I do? Because I know you too. Yeah, so I did that for years. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I was myself, you know, you can only do as good work as you do yourself. So, I mean, kids, right? Like, some days coming in and on they work through and ask for some stuff, but isn't always the case with kids. So, yeah, we did that, and then it was like, I had a friend that works at, she works for, oh my gosh, you don't know her, it's a Salesforce company, but now I'm totally they implement Salesforce. And so she, I was talking to her, so she was kind of in the field doing it, and she's like, have you ever thought about this? I think you'd be really good at it. And so that's what initially kicked it off. It's like, this friend and I had this conversation, and yeah, and I was like, oh, I think this actually went really well. To like what I've been doing, it just shifts industries of being able to access that, and then I had so yeah. I grew up in Iowa. Went to Georgia for a little bit for school, and then moved up to Denver when I was working on my master's degree. So I did that out there, and then stayed after I finished it because I love the city. And then moved away for 2.5 years to Chicago. Came back to Denver. So good to be back. Coming back home. Yeah. Yeah, in Rhino.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I lived there.
You lived there?
Senior college.
Did you play their massive games of their massive? You know it's like they have checkers, but it's like the really big ones in the back. Or like cornhole. Yes. It's like trash cans that you're trying to.
Yes.
I don't know.
But it was always like the bad thing is I always wore like dresses. That's the one thing where I'm like,
LA fits you better in that way.
I got weak, I got soft.
LA does that.
Soft now.
How did you meet your girlfriend?
And I had yeah. So I met my ex actually in Denver. It's like 2.5 years ago. Like we were doing all these things didn't work out. And then I went single again. And then that was over the pandemic for like a couple months. And then she actually didn't just swipe right on me. She like did on accident. And she's like, going through her makeup. I was like, okay, she didn't tell me that until later on, but I just was like, I thought I was listening to her, and she's like, even if it's like kind of funny. Not super hot, but like, I'll talk to her. And then we went on a date. We went on a date in Madsen, where we just like sat in the car. And I stopped in the car. And I recorded her.
We're just gonna sit in the car and snack.
It was kind of like right down
Good.
I got so nervous, it's like this.
Container of them. Like, I'm just gonna keep eating cookies.
And then I realized it was all so I did it a little bit. I thought the day didn't go really well at all, but I got really nervous when I talked to people one-on-one. I got really nervous. And then we just started talking to her. I didn't want to.
Yeah. Like, look at that don't know, I was like, you don't know those numbers? How far are we talking? An hour. Oh, no. Okay.
2 hours.
In the work?
Yeah.
Is she at school or a company?
So she went to, she's at a company right now. She went to Claremont but it's not far.
So many schools.
I know. I feel like an awesome. You guys like the
yeah, our team's big. Yeah. I'm just missing Jerry. Can you help us? I mean,
oldest bug. You got me out of the bar last night. How did you guys get out of the bar? You disappeared. I was survived. Well, you guys left that bar and we didn't. I need to stay at the rooftop. So I was trying to survive. Every time I got to the bottom floor, Justin was at the bar. Like, I didn't do that. Justin? Justin. And yeah, Justin. So fun. I never had to dial so like man. Oh my god. When are we coming? I guess I'm saying bye bye.
is it you're trying to get to an internet application or to the website?
That's why I didn't go out.
Okay, what happens when you try to get it? Like it just doesn't load in. I'm good.
No, but I'd love to come in and talk to you all the time, but not about work. We work our first customer was Stanford. We're very biased. So I actually just moved from San Francisco. We did go to half my coworkers went to MIT. By half a customer. I'm like, I went to a state university. Oh, you'll actually do the best friends. So our interns this summer, since I grad PhD interns, so I'm one of the few Harvard, Stanford, MIT.
Yes, thank you.
I think they think you went to Texas. I don't even know what Texas is. So they'll be like, oh, I just made a Longhorn logo on Slack. And Cody, the guy, is like, I think I realized I didn't go to Texas. It's like, I would know. Don't say anything. Yeah. We gave him an offer. One of the best internships.
I'm going to just introduce.
Check, check.
Okay, should I just leave it on there? Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay. You don't need to hold it. Right. So press it, it's green, you're good to go.
Live. Hello, everyone. I hope y'all enjoyed lunch. We're going to move into the rest of our afternoon of programming. Right now, we're going to jump into a interesting discussion about something that to me sounds straight out of a spy movie. So I would like to welcome our panel, Restoring Security in the Gray Zone.
Perfect.
Everyone, thank you for coming. This is Restoring Security in the Gray Zone, and I know it's tough coming in directly after lunch. So we promise this will be a lively, rich discussion. I'm your moderator. My name is Brad Hughes. I'm a colonel in the Army Reserves. I live and work here in Austin, Texas. I come at this with a very narrow civil affairs focus, and I'll talk a little bit about that, but you've got a NFL caliber team up here who's really going to broaden the aperture in terms of what are we doing to combat gray zone aggression. A little bit about me, so career Army aviator, 26 years, and then recently made the switch to civil affairs. Civil Affairs has a military government specialist program. That's what I'm a part of. And we are very focused right now in advancing security cooperation. Think of it combating gray zone aggression across the Pacific. Some of the smaller Pacific Island countries is where we have regular, persistent engagements through a civil affairs lens. But enough about me. You want to hear from the panel. And quick introductions, and then each one will introduce themselves, and then we'll go through the questions. So we have Matt McGregor, we have Mr. Ed Yu, and we have Dr. Michael Mosser. Gentlemen, Matt?
Okay, I guess I'll kick us off here. So Matt McGregor, I'm more from these gentlemen are a lot smarter than me, as you'll find out, but I'm more from the acquisition space, longtime program manager, so more on the side of trying to pull in that innovation that a lot of folks here are developing and get that fielded to the warfighter. So I have that perspective. In the last few years, really been focused on sort of reforming the department's processes, trying to make it easier to kind of access that tech. One of the papers we recently wrote, though, and we really wrote it for the acquisition community, is just around understanding the Chinese model for how they are doing what we're trying to do here and what we are doing, but need to do at larger scale. And that's really sort of tapping into the full innovation potential of our country's resources and the talent. So yeah, we wrote a paper on that, just understanding like, you know, China's really focusing on getting their industrial base up to par, and they've put a lot of investments in that. So you see that in the talent side, the 1,000 Talents program, trying to make sure they're grooming their STEM tech, they're attracting foreign talent. You know, their success in that is middling right now, but they have ambitions for 25, 2030, 2035. Also, you see things like shipbuilding and their ability to build 8 destroyers when we can barely build 3. They're churning things out at a much faster pace. You see our munitions base is really low. They're maximizing their industrial base. So industrial base, military civil fusion, which is a lot of what we've been talking about here today, really is taking that civilian side, marrying it up with those military needs. So a lot of energy there with the state-owned enterprises actually making a little bit more progress than they have in the past. Foreign tech. So this is the gray zone piece, I think, that really comes into it, where they've been very active in cyber and recruiting to bring some of that talent or some of that technology development into their domain. And so, you know, a lot of kind of espionage type stuff, but also just investing in the right companies and things like that to onboard those capabilities. And then their ability to translate R&D into military solutions. So being really clear with their needs with the S&T and the larger innovation ecosystem,
And then, you know, actually sort of connecting the dots as in a much better way, I'd say, than sometimes we do. So anyway, part of the paper was just learning what are they doing well so we can understand their strengths and potentially our strengths that we can maximize. And so we came up with some recommendations for that. But I'll leave it at that for now. And then,
Matt, thank you. And Ed, you recently spoke on 60 Minutes about data being the new oil. After you introduce yourself, what other categories of gray zone type efforts are you working on?
Sure. So Ed Yu, I'm the National Counterintelligence Officer for Emerging and Disruptive Technologies in the Office of Director of National Intelligence. Emerging and disruptive tech kind of speaks for itself, but the challenge, though, and I think especially for this setting, is I work in the National Counterintelligence Security Center, and October of last year, they declared 5 emerging tech areas that the U.S. absolutely has to protect to maintain its status not only as leaders in innovation, but globally. And those were AI, quantum computing, semiconductors, autonomous systems, and bioeconomy. And I'm gonna just, as a case study of what a gray zone issue is that honestly, I don't think it's the conventional kinetic warfare that we're accustomed to. I firmly believe that we're in a technological space race, a global power competition. Unfortunately, as a result of that, companies out there are vulnerable. And so one of the mission spaces that NCSC is to do outreach and awareness raising so that we can not only equip and empower and educate companies on how to better protect themselves, but also help them identify who do they need to be able in contact with at a federal government level to provide assistance in threat assessment and appropriate response. And to kind of give you an example of where this space race translates into a national security concern, my background is in biochemistry and molecular biology before I went to government, so I'm a recovering biochemist. But COVID has really should be a wake-up call for everybody that data, it's all about data, meaning whether it's your genetics, whether it's your Fitbit data, or what your health app of choice, your health records, your family records, your data is pure gold. And especially if you aggregate it and are able to leverage things like AI or in the very near future, quantum computing at a population scale, you can then turn around and provide products, therapeutics, which is great. Problem is China has declared that they want to be the global dominant player in that space. And in the last 18 months, what's happened is China has invested in the private sector, both in the clinical side as well as the commercial side. So if you submitted a COVID test, you may want to read the fine print because there are companies that are offering COVID testing, and if you look at the statements, it's not even fine print, it's on their privacy statement. It says, based on our business operations, your health data will go to other countries and will be subject to their laws, including China. And if you're not comfortable with your health data leaving the US, don't use us. At least they say that. But come to find out that many companies like that have been contracted by other companies, by state and federal government agencies. So unbeknownst to us, our valuable data might be getting sent offshore. In the same time, China has heavily invested in the contract manufacturing space. So what that translates into is that if we got hit with another COVID variant or some other pandemic, then we're actually worse off than we were 2 years ago in the response that the Pfizers or Modernas of the world might come out with a new vaccine or updated antibody treatment. Great. Well, we're going to come to find out that because China has made all those strategic investments, not only in data acquisition, but in data processing and also in manufacturing, we're going to be completely beholden to them to mass produce it for us. So from the national security standpoint, are we inadvertently giving them the keys to the kingdom to better prepare their warfighter to be deployed and operate in a theater? Or for us, if we could become completely dependent upon a foreign supply chain, the nightmare scenario for me is not a biological weapon, which is often how it's characterized, but we're going to wake up one day and we realize, well, hell, we just become healthcare crack addicts and China's become our pusher because of our short-sightedness and not understanding that there's a lot more that has to go into threat awareness, better procurement processes and how we do vetting, and better contract, how we develop contracts and agreements with our international partners, not only China, but whomever else, because we don't know who their contractors or subcontractors are.
So there's all these vulnerabilities that may not be framed properly because we're still looking at things in a conventional light, and it's not corresponding to where we are in the tech race right now. So I'll just kind of leave it at that.
All right, thank you for that. A buzzword we've been using in civil affairs recently has been COVID, conflict, and climate to talk gray zone. But thank you for your comments. Dr. Mosser, as the co-director, Global Institution Lab, University of Texas at Austin, please introduce yourself and talk about your efforts in countering gray zone aggression.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I'm Michael Mosser. I'm up the hill here at UT Austin. I teach in the government department, but I also co-direct the Global Disinformation Lab. That's a new endeavor that we've started here. We're about 2 years old. We're still pretty small and a small shop really, and completely dedicated really to educating not just students, but faculty and the larger academic community and the policy community about not just the dangers of disinformation, but how to recognize and how to counter disinformation kind of across the board. So we've got 8 really cool projects. We started the Global Disinformation Lab, which from here on out I'll just call GDIL. It's a lot easier to say. We started GDIL really to counter or to understand Russian disinformation, not backwards-looking Russians. You know, we've made the call on 2016. We're looking, you know, sort of how Russian disinformation is still an active endeavor even now. But we've got other projects, including a brand new one that we're calling Cyber Pacific that's directly apropos to the conversation here today, where we're looking at, again, we're an education mission, right? So we're looking at understanding and trying to figure out what's going on in this space, and we're looking at Chinese cyber efforts with our partners and allies, and 3 in particular, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. We've got some really cool projects going on in terms of bringing students on board, getting students to actually do the work. You know, so these are 18 to 22-year-old undergrads coming from all across the university who are getting up to speed on things like all open source, all above board, but looking at geospatial data. We've got a project called Terraline that actually was really instrumental and made it to national news last year for looking at Russia claimed that with the war that massive numbers of migrants were leaving Ukraine and fleeing back into Russia, or no, not fleeing, involuntarily going into Russia. And it was pitched as you know, sort of a justification for just to see how much Ukraine wants us. And our students, and no joke, this was undergraduate students, were able to use National Geospatial Agency open source data available to any one of us, but they were able to sit there and work really hard and show that, no, that was a complete fiction. It was legitimate disinformation, and they use things like, here are the border crossings, this is what the border crossing looks like in Poland, this is what the border crossing looks like from Ukraine to Russia, and you know, called out essentially Russia for disinformation. It made it into the sort of pretty high levels at various places inside the USG. In a way that we were really kind of, this is what we do, right? Education, but also pushing out this particular kind of information. So I'm a little in a different space than these guys next to me because we're not actively working, it's not our mission to kind of empower either the U.S. government or warfighters or whomever. We are really about the education and about giving information and getting information, but also enabling students to kind of learn the tools so that they can end up in places like counterintelligence or in places like acquisitions and come in, you know, come in with the tools that they need to help y'all get the work done.
All right, thank you. And this question is really for the group. We want to hear from each panel member. So I think we all recognize the enormity, the complexity, the nuance of the gray zone. So as you look across this audience, defense innovators, we have tech startups, investors, government partners. Where do you see some quick wins for this group with respect to combating gray zone aggression? Matt, can we start with you?
Sure. I think some of the discussions that have actually already been had with some of the innovation folks, you know, the Afworks and the Army, some of the Army leadership, Army Futures Command leadership, talking about how we can better connect what is a ton of disparate innovation, right? So it's sort of this very pockets of things, the great things that folks are doing, but being able to connect that really clearly to a military need and get that fielded. So I think the quick wins are figuring out what our near-term needs are, especially in the gray zone stuff. So things like cyber. There's a lot of cyber innovation. On the disinformation side, also being aware of what information we're ingesting and how we're how our information is getting out there. Looking at IP, adversarial capital. So I think there are some quick wins. None of them are easy, but I think at a minimum, connecting more of those small innovators with those military problems, and the military being clear about those challenges, and then getting those fielded quickly, because we don't know when the Pacific fight will start, but it's probably not going to be in the super distant future, and we need to be ready. So I'd say, yeah, just generically those there.
All right, thank you. I'll tell you what, I'm going to mix it up a little bit. Dr. Mosser?
Yeah, so we're really fortunate that we've already got some great partnerships with the tech space. UT, the greater Austin technology community, places. In fact, I've got one of my students right here with us at Capital Factory, actually two here at Capital Factory. We have that direct pipeline. But we've got one of the really cool projects that's going on in GDOL is a really interesting connection between some of the academic work that we're doing as well as kind of the technological applied work. And it's, I'm going to read the description because it's not my project, and so I want to make sure I get it right. But it's called Barn Owl, and that's an acronym which I cannot remember the whole acronym, but basically it turns out to can search engine optimization, right? So SEO, can search engine optimization data be used to identify and track disinformation campaigns across languages? So we're trying to use, and the folks who are working on this are way smarter in the computing science space than I will ever be. But we're trying to go to backlinks. We're going behind the scenes in web pages to see whether or not this disinformation that we can, sort of whether or not the information that's being presented to us is in fact disinformation, and from where is it coming, right? So not just tracking whether or not this is actual disinformation, but where are the sources, and then how can we leverage the tools that we've got here in the tech community in Austin to counter that. And not just in Austin, but in the United States to counter that. And then again, going back to our education mission, to raise awareness across the board that this is how you identify disinformation. It isn't just something that's going to be a blinking, sort of warning on your screen, but actually behind the scenes, way deep down in the processing. That's one of the coolest projects. That is literally the entire scope of what I know about that particular project. But it's the kind of stuff that we're doing in GDOL, and I'm really happy that we've got these connections here in Austin.
Thank you. Ed?
So I guess for a quick win, well, one, if what I said in my opening statement resonated, hopefully scared the crap out of you and not go into a food coma. But one of the things is just broad awareness. I mean, so the resources are there, whether it be engaging with your local FBI field office. I can help facilitate that if you'd like. But the reason why awareness is so key, I'll just give you an example. I was just doing a around the horn with the vendors out there and asked them, one of them, what's your business model? And as a service to the government, they potentially have access to some business model or business process data. In aggregation, suddenly go, holy crap, you guys are gonna have a big bullseye on your back, right? And so they go, okay, that's great. You're absolutely right. There aren't any FedRAMP requirements for that to address that vulnerability. And so the whole point here is that if there's an awareness, it has to be across the board, whether you're a startup company, an investor, even a federal representative, meaning as a company, as you're building out your business development side of the portfolio, don't do it in isolation. Work with your IT, work with security, work with general counsel. You should be working in coordination to understand from inception to actual translation, what does that look like? And then early on, identify potential risks or vulnerabilities, whether it be what are your supply chain vulnerabilities, what are your contractors or subcontractors, how are you vetting them, and what are your IT architecture going to be as you expand, and what are the potential vulnerabilities as early on as possible. And translate that to the investor side of the house to ensure that, hey, it's in your best interest to start looking at it, because then you're not eating out of your own pocket to make that happen. And ultimately, too, convey that to your federal funders, because
Maybe the requirements are insufficient, but the government won't know that unless you actually communicate that, right? Whether it be through a MITRE policy paper saying that, hey, you got to get your collective act together, because as you put out these BAAs, there actually also has to be guidance on how we ensure a more holistic approach to security. But we don't get there without general awareness, because, like I said, from a bio standpoint, it doesn't help if you have a Chinese DNA sequencing company that is, guess what, it's HIPAA compliant. They're certified to do clinical testing, and they offer a lowest price point, so why not? So how many people who send off a saliva sample saying, I want to find out what percentage of ethnicity I am? I'm sorry, I don't understand the draw to that. But without doing the homework and understanding where's your data going, how's it going to be stored, how's it going to be transmitted, who's going to have access to it? Because fundamentally speaking, I think we're bleeding data, and I don't think we fully understand and can conceptualize what does that translate, what are the consequences for us. And so using that bio model as an analog, depending on what part of the government that you're trying to provide a service to or develop a capability, start thinking about what the potential vulnerabilities are.
All right, thank you for that. And Ed, we're going to start with you for this next round. And this particular question resonates with me. So the Solomon Islands recently have shown a willingness to partner more with the Chinese. As we look at Pacific Island countries, or more broadly, other like-minded allies and partners, how do we ensure that we are the security partner of choice with respect to countering gray zone aggression?
Yeah, no, so that's why I don't look at this as an arms race or a Cold War footing. It's absolutely a space race. The reason why it's a space race, you don't win the space race by playing defense all the time. You have to be in a position to out-innovate, which I think it's appropriate to provide that perspective at the Capital Factory, right? It's how do we invest in innovation? Because if we go to our partners and say, hey, don't do business or beware of doing business with China, you can lay out all the risks and vulnerabilities, but if you're not in a position to provide a viable alternative, then what are we really asking, right? So there's a tragic story about the Belt and Road Initiative that China has offered in building out infrastructure. And I'm not talking about physical infrastructure. In the wake of the second Ebola outbreak, China and Russia, for that matter, were all over the African continent countries. And to the point where when the CDC and USAID went in to provide assistance, they were actually turned away. They're like, no, that's okay, we got this. The Chinese and Russians are building our hospitals. When it was conveyed to them what the risks were, one of the poignant responses from a representative from one of the African countries was, okay, that's all well and good, but you know what? I can't eat democracy. So again, this is where innovation is really key in how awareness is not just, again, playing defense, but understanding that as we develop capabilities for the US government, for the various branches of the military, that also translates into how do we help with our foreign policy, because we absolutely need to be able to step up and provide an alternative. Yeah, I guess just adding on to that too. I think one of the things we've learned just looking at the Pacific and some of the challenges that we have there militarily is that we cannot do it alone. It is a long way away from where we have most of our forces. And so the tyranny of distance is real. And the only way we can do that is with partnerships. And so some of that will undoubtedly be, there might be Belt and Road kind of things where China's bringing a lot of money to the table, so they're going to be an attractive partner in that respect. But the US has a lot of things in its advantage, and I think this is where on the gray zone piece, we really have more power than we think, but it requires partnering, it requires having those discussions. So I think a good example with the Solomon Islands and the Pacific Islands is I think both the US and Australia kind of realized that we had sort of neglected those relationships a little bit. And so now we're recharging our diplomacy there. But we have a lot to bring there in terms of capabilities that we can share, infrastructure that maybe we can build collectively. They want to build up some of their internal research and development sort of entities, and we have a lot of talent that we can sort of help them get started or boost that in some of those areas that they want to get better at. So I think we have a lot of things, tools in our disposal that we can use just given our innovation ecosystem that we've seen here today. But we need to do it wisely and targeted and have those discussions and build those relationships.
Dr. Mosser?
Yeah, just yesterday, in fact, the new Pacific, it's not the specific strategy, but the, what are we calling it? The Pacific Island something. It's the brand new document that just came out. In fact, it was just sort of dropped yesterday, but it's obviously as a result of our kind of renewed diplomatic efforts, Vice President Harris and others, trying to bring the Pacific Islands back onto our radar screen in a way that they haven't been, and we really did drop the ball there pretty clearly for the last sort of, you could argue maybe in the last generation, right? You know, since the end of the Cold War, we kind of took the Pacific Islands for granted, and we're starting to realize that we're going to pay a price for that, and they can hold our feet to the fire. And it's really interesting on the Pacific side, especially the kind of stuff that we're doing. We've got some really cool things, not just at GDO, but other Asia policy program run by an amazing scholar at UT. If you don't know this person, highly recommend you look her up. Sheena Greitens, Dr. Sheena Greitens at the LBJ School is probably one of the best China scholars on the planet, and she's right up the street. Who is working really hard on kind of countering, in some ways, a narrative that's kind of popping up in the United States as well about how we are kind of misunderstanding, really, what China represents, right? And so we you know, sort of a lot of the work that she's doing, a lot of the work that scholars at UT are doing on China is trying to avoid self-fulfilling prophecies, completely understanding that we are way behind the eight ball on a lot of these sorts of things, but figuring out a way to counter creatively and react in a way like Ed's talking about. Don't play defense, play offense, but play offense in a creative way that actually goes, you know, I like to tell my students, I want you to think around corners, right? I don't want you to think about right here in front of you. You know, you all use 5-meter targets. I don't even want to think about meters in front. I want to think about what's around the corner, and you have to be able to think, where are we going to be a generation out? And the Pacific Islands are a really interesting case of this, because a generation ago we missed it, and now we're catching up.
Thank you. General Marshall said, decide the problem, not fight the problem. How do we start deciding the problem? How can the startup community, this defense innovation ecosystem, be part of the solution to identify the gray zone threats, present opportunities, and advance national defense? Matt?
Decide the problem. I thought you were going to ask easy questions here. Yeah, I think it is one of those things where we are playing catch up on so many fronts. And so we really do need, I think your point about the quick wins, we do need to decide where to focus our efforts to achieve the greatest effects. So we could easily do sort of have a scattershot strategy where we try to do everything and we don't do it. We don't achieve the outcomes that we want. So I think we have to look at, for the broader fight, and I guess we're talking about the broader challenge with our adversaries. So I guess I'm focused a little bit on China right now, but Russia too, right? We're seeing this in the current fight, and just how we need to relook at how we operate and how, just as a military, but also just in our general sort of national approach to how we think about our adversaries. So I think the Ukraine situation just showed that we were fairly naive about the possibility of a full-scale war happening in the near future, and we have to be ready for that. And I think we have to prepare as a nation, but we also have to prepare our military. So, but I think we have to be very targeted in that to make sure that we're addressing things like biotech, which may seem a little bit on the fringe, while also dealing with some real military challenges with capacity and inability to adopt new technologies as fast as we need to, and be able to fight some of those fights. So I think deciding what the problem is and being able to come up with a strategy for it does require some hard thinking and a focused effort. And that's one of the things that I took away from studying the Chinese system, is that they are very good at having a 10-year, 15-year strategy, and they chip away at the problem incrementally. They don't try to solve it overnight. And I think you've seen, like with the CHIPS Act, it's sort of like the expectation that, okay, CHIPS Act passed, NSF's going to get a ton of money, it's going to go out to all different places, and we're going to start to try to build up better capacity. But that's going to take a long time, right? But we're kind of expecting it to just sort of happen. And so I think we need to be more strategic. I guess that's the one thing I'd say is, let's have a 5-year plan to chip away at some of these things. Let's have a 10-year plan, and have the political leadership kind of behind it to keep plugging away and tapping into this ecosystem to help solve those problems. So I hope that helps.
I like it. Agent Yu.
I want to push back a little bit about biotech being on the fringe.
Not the fringe. I didn't mean that.
Well, hey, it was a little virus that sidelined the USS Theodore
It's true.
Roosevelt.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was one of the strongest projection of U.S. power, and it got sidelined for months by a virus. So that should have been a huge wake-up call for us. But the reason why I focus on biotech is because it really does highlight just how dependent we are on China. That, for example, antibiotics. We cannot mass produce antibiotics in the U.S. to save ourselves. We completely outsource the manufacturing to China. All of our generics pharmaceuticals come from China. All the active ingredients in our frontline drugs are either produced by China or India. And now we're giving them access to our data and the manufacturing capacity for everything else. So what happens if by the data that they have, right? So think, even as we speak, there are drones that are flying over fields that are not collecting our data, but our plant data, our crop data, land survey data. These are Chinese drone companies, and then potentially translating to a Chinese agrochemical company. Then that puts our food supply chain at risk. So there's across the board, biotech is going to impact, which is, if you look at the Chips and Science Act, there's an entire section on the bioeconomy, Title III. The U.S. Inflation Reduction Act has a whole section on advanced biofuels and looking at building out a bio-based energy infrastructure. I'm biased, it's all about bio. But a senior Chinese government official said that, and I'm sorry I'm straying from the question a little bit, but it provides good framing, that the 19th century was the Industrial Revolution and England dominated that. The 20th century was the information age and the dawn of the personal computer and the internet, and the US dominated that. They stated that the 21st century is going to be the century of bio, and China will dominate that. And if you think where biotech is being leveraged right now, biotech, especially to address climate change, it can solve sustainability issues in health, in food and agriculture, in energy production, in manufacturing. It's the whole shebang. And to your point, if we don't start thinking about it more strategically, then we're in for a world of hurt. If we start doing it piecemeal, or our vision only goes as far as the next quarterly financial report, we've lost the game. So the one thing I do agree that we're a little slow, but at least now that we have these laws in place, it's not going to change by administration. Yeah. So, but then for this community in particular, it goes to the awareness piece. So let's not help the Chinese get there first. So for example, we have our companies here to operate in the U.S. ecosystem. You do so much to address, whether it be FedRAMP or other requirements and to satisfy the contracts or the ability to get into the marketplace. Well, I challenge a lot of companies that, okay, it's great, but you don't work and operate in the U.S. alone. If you have an international nexus, especially if there is China, how much vetting are you doing of their regulatory or legal landscape? Right? What are their requirements? Because just a few months ago, China just levied new laws where they have declared genetic data as a national resource. So they have tapped into all of our data, but we don't get to see any of theirs. That should be a wake-up call for us. But they also passed national privacy and cybersecurity laws so that as a company, if you have an extension of your business operations in China, and there's a sharing of data and storage of data, by their laws, their intelligence and national security services can access that data if they determine there's a national security need. So how much of that potential exposure, the vulnerability, are you assessing as you assess risk as a company? I don't think we fully get that. So there's these broader strategic considerations, but from a gray zone standpoint, there are things that we can do today, but to better protect and better position ourselves, but it doesn't happen unless you have the wherewithal to understand what's happening at a strategic level, but then, again, shameless pitch. The resources are there. You don't have to operate in isolation. You have,
events like this where we can share these perspectives. But then whether it be the National Counterintelligence Security Center or the FBI or Department of Homeland Security, there are forums where these threat awareness pieces can go out. And so you don't have to operate in an island, and where actually you can start working as a community, because yes, you have to be careful of your competitors, but there's nothing stopping you from passing around threat information or bad apples, right? So just wanted to put that out there as beating back the gray zone issue.
No, thank you for that. And Dr. Mosser, deciding the problem.
Yeah, you know, here I get to put on my political science hat, right, and my international relations, because Ed used the phrase, and I think he's right on, right, that this is a space race, right, that but just sort of the 21st century is not the equivalent of an arms race, but a space race. And so remember that the space race took place in a very different environment, not just kind of a political environment, but a cultural environment, and a global economic environment that required, or allowed, maybe a better word, allowed for a unity of effort that is going to be really hard to bring back, right? Just the sort of the way in which the world has evolved really since the 1960s is, yeah, you're right. We are, and I love the way you phrase that, right? Don't make it easier for the Chinese. We have voluntarily given ourselves, it's not just the Chinese, right? We are very, very happy giving data. How much data is leaving your pockets, you know, as we're sitting here, going to American companies, right? I mean, it's just sort of, we're happy with our data going out there in the world because it makes our lives easier, right? You have your alarm that wakes you up in the morning. You have Alexa listening to every single word that you say. You've got data leaving, you know. And in terms of sort of trying to get this massive, disparate group of individuals who collectively we call the United States of America to come together in a way that's going to be, you know, all pulling in the same direction. Yeah. It's going to be a pretty big challenge. We've seen this over the last generation. So, you know, I'm not just an academic. I've always been an academic, but I came to UT about 10 years ago as a civilian. I was a civilian instructor at the School of Advanced Military Studies up at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. But this was right in the heart of the global war on terror, right at the time of the surge. And we had all sorts of discussions with then our commanding general Petraeus about what do we do? How do we get things ready for the surge? What do we do? And we, the academics, you know, General Petraeus is famous for asking, how do we win this fight? And we, the academics, got ourselves in a little bit of trouble because we said, yeah, we're not really sure the win is the right word. You know, we didn't use George C. Marshall's decide. We used the word manage. Manage is a weasel word, right? Manage is not a good word. We had chalkboard pieces thrown at us, you know, by using. But I think manage is a legitimate word. How do we manage this? You could call it the crisis that we find ourselves in. I think Ed has done a really good job at laying out the parameters of the bio crisis that we find ourselves. How do we manage the disinformation crisis that I'm dealing with? How do we manage the acquisitions crisis? You know, these are things that we need to be, I think one of the primary steps, decide the problem. We have to decide what the problem is. We have to decide what our strategy is, and we have to decide that we're all in the same fight. And I think we're a little ways away from that at this point.
I know we're getting a little tight on time, but I do want to get this question out to Dr. Mosser. I'm going to read it. There are threats of China targeting universities through foreign exchange students studying at American universities. The United States is challenged with creating a better system to retain top talent from prestigious research universities, but we also have to ensure that we're protecting ourselves from espionage in academia. How do we strike a balance between the two? And I know it's obviously close to home with UT Austin.
So that's a really great question, and it's something that we have to be really careful about because we are an educational institution after all, and our mission is to promote, sort of the open, as open minds as possible. And we try very, very hard to be aware that the education that we provide should be open to all. At the same time, the university is fully aware that not everybody comes to a university, especially a top 10 research university like UT, with the intentions of just getting information to use as education, right? And so the university, the various departments, the colleges and schools within the department, each makes their own individual decision on how they kind of address that real world, what we could call an information security problem, right? To keep the intellectual property where we need it here on the UT campus or with our researchers or in places that it belongs, that it doesn't leak out we have some of the best information security folks, you know, in academia working on a daily basis, working actually on a second-by-second basis to keep our IP where it belongs. We have to, and we have, this happens, in fact, tomorrow, the Vice President for Research is having a research security discussion with faculty about how we conduct research in a way that doesn't actually sort of open ourselves and leave ourselves vulnerable to intellectual property theft, but also how do we not discriminate against students just on the basis of coming from, you know, sort of a different culture or a different country. And that line is one as I'm not high enough administrator that I have to worry about on a daily basis, which is great, but I can tell you that this is something that both President Hartzell and most of the, you know, sort of all of the tower is thinking about on a daily basis.
Can I
Yeah, please.
Jump in.
Yeah, I kind of wish I can join that meeting tomorrow. So, no, so there, again, another shameless plug. But if you go to ncsc.gov, we just launched a website called Safeguarding Science. And that's our approach to engaging academia, no matter where you come from. Because the point being is that turnabout is fair play. You know, we talk about these talent programs. We talked about the threat of Confucius Institutes and foreign malign influence. Well, turnabout's fair play, meaning where's our influence, right? We bring in students from all around the world, which is phenomenal. But why do we just stop at just providing them technical training? Why are we not also showing them there's a reason why the U.S. has been leader in innovation for so long? It's about openness, it's about equity, it's about sharing knowledge, and highlighting that, historically speaking, Safeguarding Science, we use Spider-Man. You know, with great power comes great responsibility. And so we empower students about, hey, there is actors out there that, it doesn't matter where you come from, that have expressed an intent to exploit, abuse, or misuse science. That's why we have the Biological Weapons Convention. That's why we have the Wassenaar Protocols or the UN Security Council Resolution 1540, because technology had been absolutely exploited, even by the US, to make weapons, biological weapons, up until we stood up the treaty. We don't teach that. And to kind of give you an example of highlighting this issue, power of data, right? I had a chance to provide a lecture virtually during last year, and talked about how in China, the Chinese government, not the people, the Chinese government utilized an almost free medical exam for their population, and come to find out that the clinical samples that the government collected, they sequenced the DNA from there and then used that to identify ethnic Uyghurs. So if you're not familiar, Uyghurs are a minority living in northwest region of China, predominantly Muslim. And the Chinese government has been actively displacing them from their homes and from their businesses, corralling them into re-education camps and pressing them into slave labor. Congress passed a law a few months ago banning products into a US supply chain that were produced by Uyghur slave labor. But the Chinese, basically, the government is conducting what I call discrimination high definition. There's an initiative in 5 years, every single newborn in China will be completely genetically sequenced as a matter of course. So there's an entire generation whose data is going to be owned by the government before they even have a voice. I provided that presentation, and I noticed that there was a young female Asian student of Asian descent in the front row in the video camera, or video screen. And come to find out later that from the professor who invited me in said that student was a visiting student from mainland China and had no idea what was happening based on what the government was doing. And what she did was she organized a 2-day conference, brought in expert speakers and policy speakers from Georgetown, Harvard, MIT, Stanford, and talked about the future of human rights violations based on data, but called out the Chinese government on these significant human rights violations based on data. Wow, how powerful is that, right? An undergraduate student organized a 2-day event like that at huge risk and cost to their own individual person, but they were so incensed and galvanized by that threat. And so how do we graduate students from, no matter where you are, from the kind of passive, do no harm, to the more active, not on my watch? And I think that resonates from no matter where you are from the world, but I think that's the kind of way we should engage academia.
Yeah, absolutely. Final word and closing comments.
There's just a couple stats that I find really interesting. Some of the surveys that have been done of Chinese undergrads and grad students is that most of the undergrads, the vast majority, have an intention to return to the mainland and, family connections, whatever. But the folks who go on to graduate programs, actually that drops precipitously, and they actually want to stay in the U.S. The research opportunities, the ability to start a business, all those things that are so much easier in our system, we have an inherent advantage. So I think when you start to decide about like who maybe, where do you need to push the security sort of evaluation, I think you have to start looking at when folks are in a graduate program to say, okay, are they a CCP operative? Okay, if they are, then of course, don't allow them into our top research facilities. But if they are just trying to be an entrepreneur, like probably 99% of them are, then we need to take advantage of that, because my perspective is everyone that doesn't return to the mainland to work on some PLA program is a huge advantage for us. So we need to tap into that talent. And but one of the things, that last stat I'll throw out there that's kind of crazy, and Eric Schmidt just wrote an article about this in Foreign Policy, but basically the U.S. right now, we get so many H-1B visa applications, we don't even evaluate 3/4 of them. 3/4 of them are immediately rejected. So that to me is just, almost criminal, the fact that we're letting that talent leave this country. And so, yeah, that's one of the things is Eric Schmidt's basically saying we need 100,000 visas a year. And yeah, do they need to be somewhat vetted and maybe made sure they don't have the connections back to adversary entities? Sure, but there's a balance there.
One thing I heard, and I want to spotlight, and we're tight here on time, and we'll wrap it up, but we call it civil network development and engagement within civil affairs. And recent engagements across COFA, or the Compact of Free Association, that's Palau, the Marshall Islands, and Micronesia. The engagements that we have locally with influencers and thought leaders, on those islands focus on rule of law. They focus on women, peace, and security, human rights. We're trying to engage where others, competitors, choose not to engage, to push the American way of life. And I think that's a competitive advantage that we have. Again, we're tight on time. I want to thank the panel members, Matt, Agent Yu, Dr. Mosser, thank you so much for your time. And one plug, we are taking this puppet show to the, in about 45 minutes, to the Arce room? Devi. I don't know how I messed that up. But we're going to the Devi room for design thinking to dive a little bit deeper into the problem. Everyone, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you to our incredible panelists. I personally learned a lot during this. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we'll hear from DIU, Afworks, AAL, and the Advanced Energy Portfolio on a joint energy initiative called Energy Catalyst. We'll see you in 10 minutes. I would like to give everyone a 3-minute warning before the next session begins. Welcome back, everyone. I would like to just take a quick poll before next session. Raise your hand if you've been at Capital Factory before this event. Okay. This room has a lot more robots in it than I expected. Well, thank you all for coming. For the folks who haven't been here before, I hope we've given you a really great Texas welcome, especially if you traveled from out of state. We're glad to have you back anytime. We have hundreds of events a year as well as meetups, and you can also host an event at Capital Factory. So if you would like to do that or come back, the email is events@Capital Factory if you're interested in space. Alrighty, so I would like to welcome up our moderator and very good friend of Capital Factory, Lieutenant Colonel Alex Stoicki Goldberg, and he is going to lead our panel titled A Unified Approach to Energy Transformation. All right, welcome.
Do you turn yours on?
On the back, wait, where's your talk?
Stay here. There you go.
You guys can come up here. It's all good. Now, appreciate you guys coming out to the launch of the Energy Catalyst, and wanted to provide you some context to what the whole energy push in the DoD is about. Super excited to have this panel of guests who all are part of the Energy Catalyst. John Kosudis in the middle is from a company called Influid Energy, who we're going to highlight as one of the companies that we've been working with collectively across the joint services, and how this coordinating body is helping companies like himself. So when people think about the energy, giving you some context, one is all of the services have been focused on energy. Yes, it is a priority of the administration, but before the administration literally put $40 billion towards energy, right? The Assistant Undersecretary of Defense for Energy, the Department of Energy, they've all been focused on both tactical, operational, and infrastructure energy for the DoD. I want to describe the environment that is extremely challenging that we're going to go in. If you thought Russia and Ukraine was challenging, logistics is war, war is logistics. And if you lose the logistics game, well, then it's game over. If you cannot get energy, if you cannot get water, if you cannot get supplies, everything comes to a screeching halt. The challenge that we're facing over the Pacific, we're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. We call this the tyranny of distance. Going back to World War II, the whole island chain hopping, that's going to be the norm. We will not be able to get a gallon of gasoline downrange, or water, or parts. And we're going to have to be able to be self-sustained for potentially a week or more. It won't be the golden hour if we get injured, it's going to be the golden 5 days. This changes the way we look at technology and trying to find new novel solutions. And energy is one of those spaces where all of the DoD innovation ecosystem is looking for commercial technology to help us modernize faster. Even in our labs, most of the technology, the R&D dollars are now coming from the commercial sector. And so here are the 4 main areas that the Department of Defense has been focusing on, and all of our projects are really going into one of these 4 buckets. One is around contested logistics around energy. It's around aerospace and space efficiencies. The third is around electrifying all transportation, starting with vehicles, but eventually all transportation. And the lastly is around infrastructure and power management. You can see what's happening at Tyndall and what's happening at Tampa and everything that's our brothers and sisters that are in Florida right now going through a very tough situation. Many of our bases are dependent upon energy from the community. And we don't actually have that resiliency and readiness built in. So when we do have disasters, we're not able to respond for humanitarian assistance, disaster response type mission sets. I'll talk a little bit more about some of the funding elements that we're going to be getting. But I want to introduce some of our folks here, and we'll start with Brian. If you want to just give a little bit about your background and a little bit about Army application, and maybe some of the projects that you guys have been working on up until this point. Yeah, go for it. And we'll piggyback on.
Hi, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Brian Cook. I'm an active duty Special Forces officer. Been working at Army Applications Lab since pretty much its induction 4 years ago. Essentially, I have the network portfolio, so I work a lot with the folks in Aberdeen. Recently, I've started doing the electric portfolio, and so Army Applications Lab essentially goes after the non-traditional technology, the smalls, and we bring them kind of to the forefront to some of these different labs and different CFTs. Right now, I have 2 electrification projects that are in support of Ground Vehicle Systems Center and Next Generation Combat Vehicle CFT. And then I have another one that's in support of Soldier Lethality CFT and C5ISR. The first project just ended about 7 months ago. It's called VEST. So it's Vehicle Electrification Support Technologies. And pretty much the operational problem was, how are you going to futurize the Army's vehicles? How are you going to electrify them in the future? And we're trying to get them closer to that goal line. And so GVSC had us essentially go out, do a lot of market research, do a lot of outreach. We had, a bunch of aggregators that we contacted with because we got AAL. We have like a vast Rolodex of not only academia, commercial, people in industry, VCs, just companies out there that want to be in this business. They're doing it on the commercial side. So hundreds of people applied for the VEST program. Essentially what we did is we did a due diligence report on most of them, and then we did a more refined due diligence report on 20 of them. The Army stakeholders, not just GVSC and NGCV, CFT, but like, PME2S2, maneuver seated, sustainment seated. Other Army stakeholders got involved as well. We voted on what companies we wanted to move forward in this process, and so AAL does a cohort type style program, and this was AAL's 4th cohort that we ran. And essentially what the cohort does is it brings those commercial companies together after they're down selected. We put them on contract and we expose them to all the Army stakeholders, and they get unlimited access to most of the folks that have to do with solving these Army problems. And so there's everything from roundtables to classes on acquisition to everything walking the dog from soup to nuts. At the end of this process, they do a concept design brief, and the stakeholders again hear these concept design briefs from the companies that presented. They chose to go the route of a tactical battlefield recharger. And then the follow-on effort for that is we did a SBIR Phase 2 for tactical battlefield recharger, and that same company happened to be the company that won both, and they just got put on contract 2 weeks ago. So that was VEST. Have another project essentially going after soldier dismounted power problems. Picture all of the peripheral devices that the soldiers are going to be wearing in the future, all the energized weapon systems, all that kind of stuff that the soldiers are going to be wearing it because there's going to be more command and control on the battlefield. However, you don't want to weigh them down with an extra 50 pounds of equipment. So we're trying to solve how do you get like higher density power, sustainable power to these soldiers without burdening them anymore. So the next cohort that we ran, the soldier power cohort in support of the soldier-enabled technologies for expeditionary power project, was a support of soldier lethality and C5ISR, and again, cohort model, expose them. There's a lot of collaboration happen, a lot of one-on-one access with all the Army stakeholders at the end. We decided to go in the direction of essentially a company that is producing a higher density battery cells, and they can do it domestically. So there's going to be a proof of technology demonstration sometime at the end of November, and based off of what comes out of there, there's probably going to be future battery projects, maybe not just that company, but because that opened our aperture to different things that we saw in this technology, we're looking to partner up with other joint entities and potentially go in for other battery projects and other power sustainment projects. So
yeah, a huge piece of, soldiers needing batteries, right? This isn't an Army thing. This is an all of us across the joint service thing. One of the projects that we have at DIU that we're working on is actually removing all the wires, right? So both from the communications, everything has to tie back to those batteries. Can we do that wirelessly and be able to transfer power wirelessly? So want to open it up to Jared. Jared, if you can give a little bit about your background. He works at DIU, and if you want to talk about your role at DIU and just your overall background and some of the projects both that DIU is working on now and some of the emerging technologies that we're starting to explore here in the near future.
Yeah, sure thing. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jared Dunman. As Stoichi mentioned, I'm currently a senior advisor on the energy portfolio at DIU and also the technical director on the AI portfolio. So I span kind of that set of functions. Background-wise, I was a grad student and a postdoc at Stanford. I spent a bit of time in industry, spent a bit of time in venture capital world, and then came into government service about 2 years ago. So in that context, what you see within the DoD is you see a microcosm, and in some cases a macrocosm, of all of the needs that you see in the rest of society and the rest of the economy. You see, as Stoichi mentioned, that DoD has 500,000 buildings. And the energy demands of those buildings are projected to grow at double digits every year, annually. They need to be resilient to both natural and man-made disasters. They need to be able to interact well and seamlessly with the community surrounding them. On the operational side, the other kind of big bucket, operational energy, you've got the fuel demand, certainly, where we're talking things like trillions of gallons of fuel. And one of the crazy numbers that I've found over the last couple of years is if you look at the fully burdened cost of getting a fuel into the most contested environment you can think of, it's hundreds of dollars per gallon. And so from a cost center standpoint, that limits not only what we can do financially, but also what we can do operationally. This is one of the most critically important problems because it's not only logistics. If you need to move a plane, if you need to move spectrum, if you need to move a human, if you need to move bits, particularly when you're starting to use advanced computation on the edge, you've got to be able to have the energetics figured out. And so in that context, on the DIU side, what we see is a lot of work happening in places where industry is really out ahead, right? So you've got places like vehicle electrification, you got items like long duration storage for both, again, installations for vehicles, for mobility, and we're and certainly on the DIU side, alongside with our partners throughout the Defense Department, running programs to move that forward and really implement some of those technologies at scale. And I'd say on the other side, in terms of there are other places where on the DoD side, and this is where the technologist and the nerd in me gets particularly excited, there are areas where the needs that DoD has can really help pull some of the technologies forward. And if you look at and there's a lot of really kind of interesting activity in those areas. So, things like looking at blended wing body aircraft to be able to massively reduce the amount of by some estimates between 25 and 50% of the amount of fuel that you need to move a given set of a given item, for instance. If you can do that, that changes what you can do logistically. It changes the environment that Stoichi was talking about. And there's been a lot of investment there, but in the private sector, but we still need to move down the cost curve. But we're close enough where we can start on the DoD side really pushing resources towards that in things like multi-year programs. Looking at making sure that we understand kind of the basis of all of our battery supply chains and working with folks like the folks who are thinking about how to leverage the Defense Production Act to figure out how do we get the raw materials that we need for all of the batteries that I just talked about that we might need, and secure the supply chains, understand where they're coming from, and be able to recycle them as well. And then looking forward, you know, there's really an exciting reality that because a lot of these problems in the energy space are joint. I mean, every single nothing that I just said is relevant to is particularly relevant to a given service over another. There are you know, exciting efforts that, you know, from everything from power beaming to synthetic aviation fuels to you know, advanced nuclear reactors. You know, where DoD can really, you know, and ditto with things like geothermal, where DoD can really help move the ball forward by identifying the operational problems that we have, where we really need, you know, you have to solve the problem, and using those as mechanisms to make sure that we take those technologies, we get them into the field, we help to de-risk some of those things alongside the commercial sector so that we can, you know, help to move, you know, help that flywheel move at speed and scale kind of by productive interaction with the commercial sector. So it's really an exciting time to be, you know, in a place where, you know, we, you know, across the services, there's that unity of effort.
No, I appreciate it, Jared. Many people think when they think about the DoDX community, it's about taking widely adopted commercial technology and bringing it into the DoD faster to help us modernize. There's another aspect that DIU has done at some point, so is Afworks and AL and some of these other entities, and this is about being the first mover. There are technologies that are proven on the commercial side, but for some reason it hasn't been adopted by society. And the reason is because of regulatory burden or safety, or the value propositions haven't been bought out. As an example, small UAS, electrical vertical takeoff and lift aircraft, 3D printed buildings, small nuclear reactors. I mean, these aren't things in our, you know, we don't have a small nuclear reactor in our backyards yet. It's not because the technology doesn't exist or that it's not safe. We just haven't proven it out, and we have a lot of myths, and there's a lot of misnomers, and yesterday's technology of nuclear is not of today. And so in that sense, creating this unified effort across all the services, Naval X and the Marine Innovation Units is also a part of this. Both of them had COVID and aren't able to be here today. But we have this battle rhythm where we have this working group that we're collectively working together to A, share information of all the projects that we are doing, as well as when there is an impactful project that we all see could be conceptually game-changing to us all. Us leveraging all of our resources, our subject matter expertise, our testing facilities, whether it is TAC-FIs, STRAT-FIs, and SBIRs, whether it's OTs, whatever it is that we have available to be able to help these companies and steer them in the right direction and to accelerate some of those emerging technologies so that our nation can have a foothold and if not, even lead the nation and the world in those particular areas. If you can talk a little bit about, you know, Riddler, a little bit about your background as the CEO of Afworks and some context of what are some of the challenges that the Air Force is going through, maybe a little bit of Agility Prime, and some of the things that you've been being as the first mover, and things that have been important to the Air Force to be able to face that challenging environment that we're going to be going into in the future.
Yeah, would love to. First of all, I was playing DoD Energy Bingo, and Jared, I think you got 3 bingos at that.
Yeah.
I was like, man, you covered that, I don't need to cover that, and you covered that. So along those lines, so you know, a handful of years ago, Afworks' approach into this energy independence was the kickoff of, if you've heard of it, Agility Prime. And what Agility Prime looked to do is kind of pick this leading edge capability that, you know, we perhaps would be challenged in leadership as the United States against our adversaries. And we thought that, hey, in future fights, it's pretty, at least our estimation was, we will not have, we should not be fuel dependent, right? We may have that taken away from us. We also need to be runway independent, and our ability to just have that agile logistics and agile maneuverability. And also because we thought that, hey, that's going to be a challenge, right? And at some point, if we need to get involved as a DoD, or at least as an Air Force entity, and see if we can start to help to move that forward. So that's very important to us. I mean, it plays into that portfolio. You covered it really well. And we're moving on. You know, it's difficult. It's a challenge. We all know that battery energy density is a challenge, and we'll probably get to some interesting conversations about that. But you know, one thing, there's 2 ways to approach it, right? Do nothing because it's hard, or start iterating and getting after it and challenging the marketplace, talking about it, having these sort of sessions, looking for joint movement, and that's where we've been getting after. And I think the other thing too that we've all sought after as we all come together as a DoDX community is what are the things that we can do that are common and joint. And energy is just one of those places, as you mentioned, Jared, and all of you have been saying, is that everything that we do benefits each other in that space, no matter how you use the application. So we're really excited about it. I know we've been talking a lot about even portable reactors, which is a pet favorite of mine right now, and the Air Force is actually getting after it. I believe up at Eielson Air Force Base, they're starting a project. I think they call it Project Pele. I don't think that's classified. And they're working on it's actually been in the news. I'm just kidding. It's just the name sounds so unique, but they're putting that out there. And and one of the things, the reason. And when we had these early conversations, it's kind of funny because I was like, we're talking about portable reactors. It's not like there's somebody in the DoD who hasn't already been doing this, the Navy, right? So it's a muscle movement we already have. We just now have to figure out how to take that amazing work that the U.S. Navy has already done, and they're at the table. And that's the other thing we talked about is like, man, we should not be going down this road without the U.S. Navy involved because that would just be a bad, poor optic, poor move on our part. But they're super excited. I know even with the portable, at least the small reactor, the Army Corps of Engineers is involved. I know it's something that they're very interested in too. So just a lot of goodness. And here's one last thing, and I'll leave it at that, is imagine too, with the geothermal, it's not something you can really just port around, but let's say even if we go to another place and we put in a leave behind geothermal capability for another entity, another, friendly state, that's not a bad look on our part, right? So I think there's some really good benefit there. And one more, you're right, anything that we do in this space also, I think, benefits all of our citizens.
Yeah, if we can bite down that risk, take on that regulatory approval, which we are around small nuclear reactors, that's something that DIU is going to be taking on here relatively soon, or geothermal. Synthetic fuels, as you talked about, Jared. I mean, this is about taking air, water, and electricity and making jet fuel.
And if I can
That's the thing.
If I can jump in on that real quick, just to say, like, there's actually a clear interlock between those things that crosses services and functions. Because if you think about synthetic air fuel, the thing that you have to do, yes, you can take air, you can take the components, you can take water, you can take carbon, and you can create the hydrocarbons you need. But under the hood, there's a bunch of energy use required to do that. And there are not that many sources in the world where you can get the density that you need to create that at the scale that you would need to, say, fly, even a couple hundred gallons, to say fly a small drone, or certainly, if you're thinking about an aircraft, that's a lot of fuel. And it turns out that some of the only people in the world who have the energy density to do that are the nuclear Navy, who have a small nuclear reactor in every carrier, in every nuclear submarine you can think of. So this is a case where it's actually one of the more rapid paths you could take to operationalizing both of these things at scale requires jointness in a way that you can't get around.
And when you look at, electrification of transportation, a huge piece that people don't really think about is the logistics burden, right? The logistics burden of, you have a Tesla vehicle, how often do you change the oil, right? You don't. How many parts are in your, a combustion engine versus an electric vehicle? I mean, when you have to prepare, right, and ship parts overseas, the logistics burden for electricity, right, and electric vehicles and electric transportation as a whole, whether it be eVTOL or whatnot, is much less. I mean, magnitude orders less than what we have to do with, hundreds of thousands of, Humvees and tanks and everything in between. So, want to introduce John Kasudis. So this is a technology that was discovered out of DARPA. And from there, I was a service chief fellow out of DARPA. This was something that I was made aware of. And I was like, this actually has the potential to be game-changing, yet it's very low TRL. And so how do we support these very emerging technologies and provide them the tools and the resources, the mentorship, both on the business sense, both on the technical sense, to be able to help mature their technology, get it into an operational use case, and actually show the value proposition. So John, if you want to give a little bit about your background and a little bit about the technology that you guys have been working on.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm going to tell everyone in this room I hate the TRL metrics.
Yeah.
No matter what I say, it's -2. So, and it also is different between branches of government. So there's no decoder ring for that. So I'm CEO of Influid Energy. Influid Energy is a company that was founded by me, Elena Timofeva, and Carlos Segre. We're all scientists. 17 years I was in basic science, designing and building beamlines out at the synchrotron at Argonne National Labs. Elena Timofeva is a world expert in a type of composite material called nanofluids. Maybe you've heard of them, maybe you haven't. Nanofluids are where you take solid battery, well, in our case, solid battery materials, but any solid material, freely suspended in a base fluid, design the surface modifications in such a way that it never ever settles. You overcome van der Waals forces, they don't agglomerate, and you can imbue into a liquid a solid property, just like you would any solid-solid composite. There's a lot of science that goes into this. And then to round out the team was Carlos Segre, who's just 40 years, world-renowned material scientist. Going all the way back to 2009 is when we started our work. It was basic science. We took it through the applied science. Our first money came from the DOE, then ARPA-E, then the NSF. We reached a point we had to start a company. What are we going to do? Are we going to keep publishing papers? As we got further and further into this, we focused in on energy storage because we were interested in it. And that really was the driver. As we got more into it, we realized we were making nanofluids that could store energy, charge and discharge, just like any battery or flow battery. But because of the nanofluid format, we could get a lot more energy material into these liquids than you can traditional flow batteries. So much so that you can start reaching the energy densities necessary to push a car, or we have a Gen 2 chemistry that we're active on right now to put a regional aircraft in the air, not a Joby 4-person aircraft. These are 50-person plus aircrafts. DARPA, to their credit, identified the value early on and transitioned us out of the NSF. And that's when our eyes opened up to what DoD needs are. And I've got news for everyone. They are identical to the needs of everyone else, except you guys seem to want it a whole hell of a lot more than everyone else. And the restrictions that you put on the energy storage is correct. Non-flammable, non-explosive, U.S. sourced raw materials, non-toxic. So it was a fit. And as we got integrated into the DARPA side of things, we started getting exposed to other branches of government. And we were funded by the NSF and NASA, then DARPA and NASA on 2 separate tracks. And as we were moving forward, there were other interests that you started bringing to the table. And very quickly, our goal is to not just electrify a car or an airplane. Our goal is to create an entirely new universal fuel that could be used for electrification across all transportation, stationary storage, and when you put a pump on it, you can refuel in 3 minutes and be on your way. Okay?
So let me just describe, here's the current game plan in the Army. We have electric vehicles, we have them downrange. How do we charge them? Well, we're gonna have a Connex box, and so we're gonna put gas in a generator, and the generator is going to charge the vehicle. Exactly. So there's an essence, that's the way we do it now, right? Batteries are this physical thing. I can bring it back to, behind lines, charge it, bring it to the forward lines. What am I gonna do? Open up the tank, put the battery in, close the tank, or how am I gonna even charge a tank, charge it, come back a week later. It's just it's not realistic yet. So we're always trying to find better densities, faster charging, but it's still the energy density problem. Even if I had a small nuclear reactor, how do I get it from there to the vehicle? Well, in this particular situation, this is a liquid fluid. Suck out the old fluid, put in new fluid, recharge the old fluid. I can move the fluid. We know how to move fluid around a battle space. We know how to move fluid with our cars. We go to the gas station, 87, 88, 89, diesel. This electric stuff, this electric fluid. Now all of our gas stations, in theory, could be microgrids, right? They're just large batteries. Even if power generation goes out, we in essence would have long duration storage. It would be, in essence, the grid 2.0. You're not pulling 100 million barrels of oil out of the ground every day. You're just circulating old fluid and recharging it and putting it back into circulation. Even the gas stations could just recharge itself right then and there with the fluid that's in its tanks. So this changes the concept of like how we do business. Because I can't get the gas to power the generator to power the vehicle. I mean, that's why we went to the electric vehicle. So these are things that, right, DARPA and many of our service labs are trying to solve some of these really critical pieces. But this is like a Goldman Sachs. This is a big infrastructure, gas play, who owns all the gas stations and the pipelines. This is just repurposing that. And so this is an example, like I said, of a technology where we could all see from aircraft to, Army vehicles to, across all the services, how we can do that. Looking at different power beaming options, right? From a carrier or a submarine, being able to use RF or light to be able to move trons from point A to point B. That's a thing. These are emerging technologies that, is it safe to be in the middle of the pathway of like RF energy that's going from point A to point B or light? So I mean, John, what is the development of the technology here? What stage is it in? And where do you foresee it going?
So right now, our prototypes are being put into electric utility vehicles. We're driving them around innovation centers so we can get the data back on them. We are not lab scale, just FYI. I hate when people say that because we're not. We are at the point where our largest reactor is 500 liters. Scaling at that point from a macroscopic perspective is just, okay, well, how many gallons do you want? I can't afford, a 10 million gallon reactor, but if I had the money, I could start producing that. So, and that's for the Gen 1 chemistry, and that basically meets terrestrial applications. The Gen 2 chemistry is a lower TRL, and but we're pushing it forward. On the future of this, we have basically engagements with the DoD. Our milestones are set up to deliver the specific thing that this branch needs and the specific thing that this branch needs, but put together creates a closed loop energy cycle demonstration. We believe that if we can just simply demonstrate that we can move a military vehicle, we can power a TOC, and we can rapidly refuel and universally use that across, the picture is painted, it is understood, it is real, it works, and then it's a matter of the world just needs to make the decision. Do you want to get off oil, and do you want to replace that with something that we are in absolute control of?
And so this is an example of us all coming together, right? Different parts of the puzzle. So you have a fluid that is no rare or heavy earth metals, ubiquitous, that could be sourced in the United States. It's non-flammable. The current Gen 1 is about 25% more energy dense than lithium ion, so car goes 600 miles instead of 500. Gen 2 is 5x lithium ion. So now vehicle goes 2,500 miles on one charge.
Or you can put a plane in the air.
Or you can put a plane in the air.
And the fun part about that is that when we're working on these sorts of projects as the DoD, my folks are in the Air Force, and they always used to make this joke, and they just said, you grew up on like these little independent cities, because I grew up on kind of various Air Force bases, and I was like, yeah, sure, but it turns out that like when you look at an installation from an energy standpoint, you got Army vehicles there. You got for a joint installation. You've got sometimes Navy vehicles there. You've got Air Force planes there. You've got the gas station. You've got the generation infrastructure. You've got the entire, you've got a small city that's being administrated to perform these functions. And those are optimal test beds for thinking about these kind of multi-use energetics technologies across those different sectors. Because if you were going to try to do that in the private sector, you would have to get, whoever owns each of those things to go and do to be able to say like, yeah, we want to do this, and yeah, we'll commit the resources, et cetera, versus here we can say, get the services aligned, having, a clear plan to do it. And, not that this is, not that this is in the plan right now, right? But there's a world where that can happen. And that's exciting.
I actually think It absolutely, we're seeing this now. I mean, the branches, at least my program managers, are all in communication with each other, actually more so than I'm actually in communication with my program managers on this development. Once a month, I have my week or monthly update, and I've got my 4 program managers are on the phone in that meeting, and they're all from different organizations. We are all completely and totally focused on hitting the milestones that are specific to them, but everyone understands that this is a lock. This is a bigger puzzle where the pieces have all fit, and if one succeeds, everyone succeeds, and that I think is very unique. I have never experienced it before, and I absolutely advocate that this is definitely something that will lead to success, not just with us, but a model that should be replicated, absolutely.
People
replicated.
ask, like, how does the DoDX community work with each other? When there are, each service is very focused on their specific entity, but programs like this, being able to do catalyst initiatives and having multiple different threads, the first one being energy, you can see us working collaboratively together, and even the government PMs working together so that everything's aligned, passing information and leveraging our resources to have some unity of effort. Giving you just some highlight of some of the projects, even if you go to diu.mil over the next couple of quarters, this upcoming budget will have about $50 million for battery projects, a little bit more than $50 million for vehicle electrification. We are expecting more than $150 million around long-duration storage. We just closed an AOI on our website around long-duration storage called ETSI, Extended Duration Storage of Infrastructure. There is a potential $5 billion bill to put long-duration storage across every single base in the DoD. So these are examples of areas that we are definitely focusing on to create the long-duration storage piece so that even if energy creation goes out, or in the case here in the hurricane, we have energy storage capability that could last us potentially for a week. Beyond that, there is doubling down and tripling down. This isn't a question of, like, is the DoD going to electrify or not? That question has sailed long ago, and we talked to the Undersecretary of Energy, and he always gets a chuckle when he sits down with the services and they think they have a vote in this. So we're going to have you electrify, and they're like, no, and they're like, this isn't a two-way conversation. So it's actually extremely heartwarming. Yes, there's a climate aspect, but for all of us, there's a readiness. There's a tangible readiness piece that you can see in the world right now, that if we had to go and face these challenging environments, we're not quite where we need to be. But it's the technologies that are coming from many of your companies that will help us get to where we need to be. And for us to scale as a nation, especially around this energy, obviously we need your help. I'm happy to open it up to questions to the audience of any questions that you have around energy, where we're going, reattacks, of anything anybody said. Ben?
Hey, first of all, great panel. Thank you all very much. In terms of, right now there's some hard barriers, certainly in the Army, between operational energy and installation energy, because it's in different formats, it's for different purposes. But as we move towards this all electrified universe of ubiquitous systems, do you guys see that kind of breaking down a problem right now is at the policy level more than anything, that we can't share technology across that barrier? Do you see that changing?
I think when you see examples of this where the vehicles are powering the base is powering the vehicles, and that line is blurred, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. Jared also works at OSD policy. He's very meek and humble about it, but you're also in the DIU portfolio in regards to OECIF funds and all of that in regards to infrastructure and installation, both tactically. If you want to answer that.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things I would say. Firstly, there has, the reality is, and Stoic, you kind of made this point well, whether you care about these things for, decarbonization reasons, or you care about these things for, operational reasons, the course of action is the same. And so many of the activities that we want to do here to make sure that our installations and that our kind of operational platforms are, and increasingly, things like data centers and EW infrastructure, by the way, are powered in a way that is sustainable and resilient. It means that those two things, have to be interoperable. And so the thing that I would point at is that you're building an ecosystem. So yes, there are policy things that say like this is for installation energy, this is for operational energy. But what I would say is that there's a way to try to solve that problem at a policy level and say, thou shalt do it this way and thou shalt do it that way. Or there's a way to drive it, which is more project-based, which is to say, here is what we want to enable. We want to enable a forward operating base to generate its power, and to be able to transfer that power to an operational platform in these different ways. And like that is the thing we need to get to in an exercise, and we need to be able to demonstrate that. And when you start saying, okay, we got to beat the door down to do this, what you find very quickly is you end up running projects, which we've done it, we're in the process of doing at DIU, where it's like, DoD has like 10,000 different types of batteries, and it's like, they don't all nicely hook up to each other. And it turns out that even just thinking through, okay, guys, like how do we make sure that like all the storage devices that we already have, can at least be reasonably interoperable in these, in these grids, becomes really important. And it's also, there are also specific operational environments that force this. So because you're seeing kind of a change in the way that, for instance, the Arctic environment, and we're having to think about operating the Arctic environment in a way that we maybe haven't had to, really in human history. That requires an entirely different set of considerations for things like low temperature. Handling the low temperature piece, handling resilience in that environment, and because we're having to operate in some of these new areas, you have a bit of carte blanche to say, okay, let's do it this way, and then when those things work, you can take those lessons and scale them. And so what I would say here is that you're right, there are existing kind of policy barriers for historical reasons, but very quickly the operational realities are going to force those down. And the quickest way to do it is to identify, here is the operational objective we need to meet. We need to get electrons or energy to this place at this time with this speed at this cost. And then at the end of the day, someone, with a bunch of stars on their shoulders is going to say, that's going to do it. That's not. That's a stupid policy. And if all the combatant commanders come back and say that's a stupid policy, they're probably going to win that battle. So we do have to keep an eye on how it works at the high level, but we also can really drive this by focusing on clear demonstrable wins and clear demonstrable operational objectives that we can then use to learn and implement across the joint force.
Appreciate it. And I know we're running out of time, but one more, go for it.
You kind of answered my first question, maybe my second. My first question is basically this. At what point do you say to yourself, you're just chasing your ass back to oil as an oil alternative? And the second question, and I think you've answered it, is the risk factor assessment post-adoption. And I think that's the most critical one, because when you're using unadopted technology and it hits the field and you get punched in the face and you see, these are massive losses at that point. So if you could answer kind of those two questions.
There's an essence of, there's a transition, right? F-35s are not going to be electrified tomorrow, right? There is a gap. That doesn't necessarily mean that we can reduce we shouldn't be reducing the electrical or the logistics burden by trying to electrify when it makes sense. And when it starts making sense is when you actually have a liquid battery. You can charge like a normal battery, but it also has the ability that you can exchange, and it has the energy density that you can go 2,500 miles. I mean, a vehicle that can go 2,500 miles on the battlefield, changes everything. I mean, imagine only having to refuel here in the United States. In just contiguous, normal, day-to-day traffic. Once a year. That changes a lot, let alone logistics, burden, downrange, even if I do have to change the fluid.
There are also other operational reasons. So if I've got an electric vehicle and I'm out in the desert somewhere and I need to run the air conditioner so I don't have a heat stroke, I don't need to make a lot of noise to do it. Whereas if I go back to oil, I have to run a combustion engine, which makes noise, which makes it such that someone can come find me. So there are also like operational reasons why, when Soiki said, the servers are like, no, you're going to do this. it's in self-interest. It's like if you tell someone you either run something that creates a lot of noise or you don't, they'll say, yeah, we don't want to create the noise. Secondly, I would also say that, I would extend your question a little bit by saying it's not just oil, right? What we're getting is it's hydrocarbons. Hydrocarbons are an extremely efficient way to store energy, right? And we're very good at combusting them. Now, for years and years and years, we weren't super good at making the exact hydrocarbons that we need, for instance, drop-in fuel replacements. And we're now to a point where, over the last X number of years, folks have gotten to the point where they can actually create the aromatics you need to, make, nearly 100% drop-in fuels. And if you get to a world where you have, drop-in fuels, yes, there's a lot of energy needed to create them, but to your point, it's not that we necessarily need to say abandon combustion systems. We just need to think about where is it coming from, and there are a variety of sources it can come from. So I think it's an all of the above approach to I think to some of your point.
I definitely want to jump in on this one. So I'm going to take a little bit of a bigger view of this. Okay, the electrification of transportation, the electrification of aerospace, if it succeeds as it's envisioned now, every car that gets electrified means less value of the pipelines that exist, less value of the refineries that exist. There's an existential threat right now that oil is facing that it has never faced. It's not, the question isn't how do we not chase our way back to oil. The question should be, what can we offer oil to keep them relevant so they participate in this transition? Remove those headwinds. The only way I see that ever happening is staying within the confines of how we do it now, which works, and that is a liquefied economy, period. If you rebuild the grid to the tune of $5 trillion, you're going to run into some issues on getting the oil companies to agree to that and their voting base. If you include them as being critical to this by repurposing the pipelines, repurposing the infrastructure that already exists, now you have the utilities. You basically have the two 800-pound gorillas that are dictating everything working together. Just like in a catalyst, as we've experienced, at least I have, when you get multiple branches of the government working together under one vision, things start to happen in the positive direction. So that's my position. I don't look at it as oil is evil and chasing it back to oil. I view it as how do we include every single piece of this equation so everyone marches towards this inevitable change that is coming.
No, appreciate the panel, appreciate the questions, and just lastly, if you guys haven't been paying attention, the SBIR program just got authorized by Congress.
And Fluid Energy lives.
Literally right now. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, thank you so much, panelists. This includes our programming for the Igniting Culture track presented by IBM. I would like to just quickly say that there's workshops going on in Devi with our panelists from the previous session, the Gray Zone session, and then there's also workshops going on in Captain America. Later, the final event will be our investment showcase. We will see our founders pitch. So please be back here at 4:30, but otherwise, please head to the workshops. Thank you.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, just one more pump. So if you were enticed by the Gray Zone conversation, right back in Devi, we're going to take a chance at design thinking through the problem set. And we'd love to have more minds in the conversation. So if you got some time, grab a coffee, grab a Topo Chico or whatever, and get back there and help us out, craft a little bit of a solution, maybe probably not a solution, but probably at least an approach to the way we think about Gray Zone. Thanks very much.
Well,
So
Well, So that's like that's yeah. So like that's the type of stuff like when they're looking at expanding their portfolio, like they're looking at kind of what Dartmouth does right now. What do we need 15 years from now? We don't even know if it's possible, if it is possible. So I can try to set up a office. Just got it. It's much better than 12.
I'm gonna make one edit to the draft
It's all too bad. Because I was the only one to talk to you. Like one of you tried to text, and then the other one was clicking the button. It looked like one person was going and one person was wrong. I saw it. I was like, wow. And I was going to get you guys better as I go back. I was the one that was real bad. Only Nick Fury from here on out. Only Nick Fury. I don't think no. He's gonna be yellow. I got one done. I got the black one. Lego? Yeah. Oh, you still have your pack on? I think I picked it up. It's Capital Factory Nick Fury. It's literally Nick Fury. I got hands, I just have to find them. And in the cowboy hat. Have their yacht truck. No, get it.
Test, test. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Test, 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 test.
Hey guys, so this probably holding it up closer to your mouth. It's not as good down here. So let's probably do this. Yeah.
Test, test.
Can you hear me? Is it good? Hear me good? Awesome. Cool. Cups by the fountain and sit. 1 second, I'm coming.
No, I'm not a freshman.
Hey y'all, we're gonna get started in about 5 minutes. So if you wanna bring your conversations to some of the chairs in the audience, that would be awesome. Thank you.
How's it going, everyone? Can I get your attention, please? Welcome to the Investment Showcase. This is the final end of Fed Supernova. Before we do anything, let's give a shout out to the amazing staff, all the speakers. It's really been a heck of an event. And this is actually one of my very favorite parts. So welcome to the Investment Showcase here at Fed Supernova. Let me make sure I get this working. I'm Brian Chambers. I'm our president here at Capital Factory, one of our co-founders. The truth is I spend the majority of my time managing our venture team, running across the state, building community across our portfolio, across the investment community. But I'm really just one of about more than 25 people now that are on our venture team. This is the team and a whole lot more staff that wake up every single day and go to work for our portfolio companies, go to work to help discover, to invest, and to support a growing portfolio across Texas. So what exactly is an investment showcase? Well, every single year, we take an allocation of capital and we align it to what we call focus areas, where we want to be intentional about growing our portfolio. We do this for founders of color, we do it for women, we do it for healthcare startups, and for 3 years now, we've been doing it for the dual-use defense sector. And so I'm really proud that over 3 years, we've built a heck of a portfolio of more than 70 companies that have contracts with various federal government and defense agencies, and things are going really well. We've been able to build a portfolio and work with companies like Venus Aerospace. I know we've got Sassy in the room. She was presenting earlier. Companies like, super cool. Companies like Slingshot, Icon, Intuitive Machines landing on the moon, Aptronic, Red 6. We've got to build and work with some really incredible portfolio companies, but we're still just getting started. It's been going really well, and the funding has been flowing. The non-dilutive capital that's coming from the various defense agencies and government entities, it's growing, and we expect that to continue here at Austin, Texas, and for all of Texas in our portfolio. So I'm really excited to introduce you to 5 new companies that we very recently, we're sharing with y'all today that we've recently completed investments in 5 new dual-use defense companies, including ClearForce, Firehawk, Hidden Layer, Mesadyne, and Traxel. So we're gonna hear from them. And I'm excited for them to talk to you about their innovations and what they're doing for industry. So we're gonna go ahead and get this party started. We're gonna hear from them, and then afterwards we're gonna enjoy happy hour. So first and foremost, I'd like to welcome up Tom, founder and CEO of ClearForce.
Good afternoon. So my name's Tom Miller. I'm the CEO and co-founder of ClearForce, and we're super excited to be a Capital Factory portfolio company, and thanks for taking time today. So I'm a data analytics and risk management guy. I've started a couple companies, including an analytic business here in Austin, Texas. But I started ClearForce to build a business focused on solving meaningful problems in the people risk space. And today we're doing exactly that. So we operate as a profitable, cash flow positive, growing business that sits at about $7.5 million in ARR today. But when you think about people risk in an organization, people are always going to be the most valuable asset, but the behaviors of certain individuals create risk to the organization, to customers and coworkers. And the problem today is a background check doesn't work. A single point-in-time assessment of risk doesn't get the job done. And even if companies had data available, they don't have the platforms to be able to action it appropriately and consistently. So ClearForce is building a next-generation platform by combining machine learning, compliance, and workflow automation to go solve these important people risk problems. Today we sell 3 solutions: cybersecurity and insider threat, physical risk or workplace violence, and then more in an R&D stage, we've been working on the public health side of suicide prevention, where we're selling into the veteran and active military community. And much like safety and security, we're picking up on indicators that an individual may be struggling. So in this case, or this example, the VA can more dynamically provide outreach to a veteran that needs help at the time they need help. We've built a SaaS technology platform that provides real-time alerting of behavioral risk that we often find in financial, criminal, and social media information, as well as internally reported incidents from the employees themselves. Probably most importantly, we've built a privacy and legal compliant application so that organizations can make sure that they don't have bias and discrimination when they're evaluating employee information, and that it's securely used. And everything's done with employee consent. So this is not a surveillance application. This is more akin to an ongoing background check where they're making sure they're buying down on the risk and not creating litigation or liability risk along the way. So we focus on a $4 billion U.S. employee monitoring market where we'll capture more than 50 in revenue over the next 3 years. And this is a market that over the last 3 years has seen all the big background check companies start to move into this ongoing assessment. And it's also a market where COVID has changed everything. So the whole idea of remote work and less engagement with individuals has created more risk for employers and inside the labor force. We most directly compete with data. So you can think about big data aggregators like LexisNexis or a background check company like Sterling. But what these organizations don't provide is that end user application for the consistent compliant actioning of information to ensure that organizations are able to do it right every time. Indirectly, we would compete with anybody that does some form of internal system monitoring. Oops. Oh, yeah, there we go. So we sell both, so we're, as mentioned, dual purpose. So we're selling into the federal government commercial critical infrastructure. And so we work a pipeline of about 25 million in annual revenue opportunity. Our buyer is always going to be security, and we have HR and legal that are stakeholders in all of our sales. Today, our customers include both the DoD and DHS, as well as private sector, again, commercial critical infrastructure, financial service companies like American Express, energy companies like Southern Company, Live Nation, et cetera. And we're selling annual subscriptions based on the number of individuals processed within our system. Our team has a lot of experience in security, risk, enterprise SaaS, and we absolutely kill it with earned media. So we're in national media probably once a month for thought leadership in this space. We also operate with a really strategic board of directors that includes General James Jones, the former Commandant of the Marine Corps, as well as private sector industry leadership from all the big consumer data analytic businesses like LexisNexis, TransUnion, Equifax. And we have a really good strategic advisory board. It's probably just partial representation of about 15 individuals, deep domain expertise in a variety of fields. So today we're a seed company that has institutional investment from a London-based investment bank called Centricus. They led the structuring and fundraising for the SoftBank Vision Fund. We're moving into a growth round of equity in the first quarter of next year, and we'll use that to expand our machine learning, really build that out as well as front-end distribution. And we see this as a business-to-business, business-to-government opportunity with strong margins, high multiples, and lots of interested acquirers down the road. And so while we're not raising actively today, we expect to be raising a growth round in the first quarter of next year. That's it. So thanks for the opportunity, and I look forward to talking to you.
Hey guys, whoa, sorry. Thank you very much for letting me talk to you today. I'm really bad at holding microphones, so if I put it down like this, feel free to just gesture. So my name's Will Edwards. I'm the CEO of Firehawk Aerospace, and what we're doing is we're trying to replace every solid rocket engine on the market that we use for missile and defense systems. Just to let you know, this is 3D printed rocket fuel right here on the stage. It's 550 pounds of thrust. You've probably seen me carrying it around this entire conference, and if you've worked at Capital Factory, you've seen it for the past year. So, there we go. So what's the problem? Rocket engines are incredibly expensive. They're very dangerous. They use a complex, set of chemicals that if they accidentally touch or if there's a spark, they can detonate. This leads to really tough scaling issues when it comes to manufacturing, and they take years to integrate. You can have a system that you want to use a rocket engine for, go to one of the big customers, get an engine from them that's been sitting in a warehouse for the past 10 years, and it'll still take years to integrate that into what you want to use it for. So what are we trying to fix? At its core, since we only have 5 minutes, all the issues that come down to rocket engines are due to the fuel. The fuel is dangerous, which makes the rocket engines expensive and complicated. It's rather archaic how we produce our rocket fuel. All we do is dump the ingredients into a tube and we let it dry for 60 days. It's not smart. So when you try to do intricate things with it, it doesn't burn properly. Lots of problems. What does Firehawk do? We 3D print it. By using computers, we can actually make a really highly engineered fuel grain. This is more than just a really hard piece of Lego plastic. It's very smart, intelligent, well-structured grain that has different formulations, different slits, different air pockets in it that allows for a very steady, very safe burn. And that allows us to build a hybrid rocket engine that has these really unique capabilities. And you can see this grain, well, a bigger version of this grain being tested at NASA in that picture. Not good at this. Okay, so what are our benefits? We are far safer. The Firehawk rocket engine is, when it's unarmed, we have a 0 TNT equivalency. You can shoot that, you can kick it, you can light it on fire, it's going to melt. If there ever is an accidental combustion, it's going to combust in the combustion chamber because the fuel grain duals as its own combustion chamber. We are far less expensive, probably the most scaled rocket engine for solid rocket motors for our use cases in the world costs about $40,000 to produce. It's been around for decades. It's scaled. We can match that at about $12,000 and add these added benefits. We're far more reliable. Our rocket engine has 12 moving parts. Very simple to produce, very easy, far less opportunity for things to go wrong. We're modular. We can change our engine really overnight, change our software, our coding, what we put into our 3D printers. So our 3D printer can go from printing fuel grains for, say, in-space satellite propulsion and shift over to missile interceptors. And then we can throttle. These throttling capabilities are huge. Missiles that we use today are solid rocket motors that we use today for second stage launch. You light it, it's a domino, it burns to completion. It has a lot of residual fuel waste. And you just don't get the throttling capabilities that are very, very important because, technology is getting smarter. Missiles today aren't all ballistic where they go from point A to point B. They go from point A to point B, but they do swirls, they do dances, it's very scary. So we need a smart engine that's able to slow itself down, speed back up, track these other missile systems, and be able to attack them. It's like an F1 racer. They don't go however fast an F1 car goes at its max speed around the corner. They slow down. And then finally, a shorter lead time. Say you need that rocket engine, we can design an engine, test and prototype it, and have it fully tested in 3 to 6 months. And we've done this before. This is just what it looks like, a hybrid rocket engine. So like I said, really 12 moving parts. This is a simplified diagram. We won't get into that one. We have an extensive IP portfolio. We have 5 issued patents for rather young company. We have 7 more that we filed, and it's ever growing. We've tested these patents with over 40 hot fire engine tests. Then we built a really strong partnership. So Raytheon Technologies is the largest aerospace company in the world. We pitched them. We pitched their president. they were really interested in those throttling capabilities, in our scaling capabilities, in our mass production capabilities. If you look at some of the issues today, everything comes back to supply chain. It comes back to propulsion is really dominated by 2 companies today, and there's not always innovation when there's a duopoly. So there is intrigue for them to work with us. So not only did they invest in us, 6 months after that, they gave us a multi-million-dollar contract to design rocket engines with them. First delivery is actually in a week and a half, so it's this coming month. So we actually are fundraising. You know, we're doing a $17 million round. We've closed 15.5 of it. So our kind lead has allowed us to raise just a little bit more, but this gets us a lot of stuff, actually. It's 2 years of run rate because we have significant revenue coming in, which has been just an absolute blessing. It allows us to hire a great team. We're pulling in from some of the best companies in the country. You know, sometimes they are our competitors, or we see them as our competitors. They don't know who we are, but they train amazing people, and so we get the opportunity to learn from them. And then what you can see is really our personnel is the highest thing here because our CapEx isn't huge. It's a CNC shop, it's a machine shop, and it's 3D printers. And we are really producing pretty rapidly at this stage. Then we're going to keep protecting and enhancing our IP portfolio. This is our technical development milestones that we want to achieve. More testing is going to occur. We can always iterate on these fuel grains. The cool thing about this is, you know, solid rocket fuel, we always thought that it peaked. It hit its max performance. With us, with engineering, with tweaking, with changes in material science, with just, you know, working on it, we can always improve upon it. So we're going to change our fuel grain geometry in Q1 of 2023. We're going to add nano aluminum to increase our specific impulse, which is fuel performance, in Q2. And then we're going to do a demonstration launch. So this is what our test facility is going to look like. We have half of this built out already. We're going to do the demonstration launch in Q2 of next year. Still trying to figure out the exact place, but we're pretty darn far along in getting this. So our commercialization, we're at a test readiness level 8 on this. Really, the last thing to do is to just fly it. I want to talk about, we have a great board. So Will Roper is the former head of acquisition for the U.S. Air Force. He said he's been looking for this engine for the past 15 years. He managed, you know, $60 billion budget, and just an incredible advisor. Raytheon, they did make that equity investment. They've been a great board member. They're teaching us how to operate, what these primes do, what Lockheed does, what Northrop does, Raytheon, you name it. Their quality control is amazing. So they're teaching us how to operate like a great company that can interface with the government, because when you are providing something to the warfighter, you can't deliver like a startup, and you have to deliver something that's going to work. So we are really learning a lot from Raytheon. Hal Lambert led our round, our most recent round. He's a seed investor in some of the best and biggest defense and intelligence startups out there. And I wanted to show you that this actually works. So here's a video of our test at NASA, I think. And it's loud, sorry. So this is about 1,000 pounds of thrust, and we were able to turn on and off this fuel grain 8 times. If it was a normal solid rocket motor, that thing would burn until it's over. You wouldn't get to reuse it. You wouldn't get to see how it was burning. You wouldn't get to see where there were issues. So there's just a lot that we can learn from it. And that's Firehawk Aerospace, so thank you very much.
Hello, thank you everybody. My name is Chris Sestito, and thank you for the opportunity to share with you guys today. I'm here to talk to you about the biggest cybersecurity threat we're going to be up against for the foreseeable future, and that is adversarial machine learning attacks. Hidden Layer was formed to defend against them. You've heard machine learning at just about every booth you saw out there. You heard it in the first talk today, and it's actually the fastest growing technology, both in terms of development and adoption, that we have ever seen. So it's also incredibly vulnerable. We have been deploying machine learning models in production systems at an unprecedented rate, and we've thought very little all across the board about the security of those models. They are not inherently secure. There has been some academic studies around sort of how to do some noise injection or complexity in order to sort of mitigate these attacks. But what we're seeing is, just like we've seen in traditional cybersecurity attacks, automated versions of adversarial ML attacks are getting right past that. So we wanted to develop a new solution. A very quick story to start. My team and I, in 2019, worked for a company called Cylance, and we used machine learning models to identify threats, just like an antivirus product would. But it took a very big step forward, because antivirus used to just be a list of bad things. So we would actually be able to use this machine learning model to predict something brand new, whether or not it was malicious or benign. In 2019, that model was attacked, and that was an enormous issue for us with an adversarial machine learning attack. And that caused enormous consequences. We had to redeploy our model. We had to understand how to prevent that threat from happening in the future. And actually, that gave us all the idea to start Hidden Layer, which is number is estimated to be closer to $9 trillion in 2022. And when you look at how much of technology itself is becoming artificial intelligence, you can start to do the math on 9 trillion we'll be targeting there. And Gartner has done a little bit of that for us. Systems or involve data poisoning attacks, which is something that we prevent as well. They actually did a recent survey for enterprise organizations, and 2 in 5 of them said that they had been under some form of AI security incident. 1 in 4 of those attacks were actually true malicious attacks. So we developed the Hidden Layer platform. First, what we call machine learning detection and response. So there are some of those organizations that then say, you know, hey, we want to help you build a more robust model. It's a good academic idea, and it's a great first start, but with automated attack tools that are available today, you can pull them off GitHub and perform these attacks now. They are very, very quick, and really adding those additional layers of complexity isn't a comprehensive solution anymore. They're also invasive. It requires that they help you with your raw data. They actually come in and help you build and inject into your algorithms themselves, and that creates a lot of friction for the federal government. That creates a lot of friction for anybody working with private data. So we wanted to make sure that we could create a solution. I'll show you here in just a little bit why we can do this and solve this problem without that invasive nature. We also want to move to both sides of the ML operations pipeline. So we created what we call a model scanner. It actually looks at the integrity of this model. And this is becoming very important because of transfer learning. So a lot of pre-trained models are being used. A lot of organizations are selling models to other organizations to use. We don't currently have a mechanism for ensuring that the same model that left the station is the one that arrived and you're putting in production systems today. We also don't have a way to understand things like, has anybody altered this? Has anybody injected some malicious code into this? My team at RSA this year will be showing us launching ransomware from a machine learning model. So there's really no protection mechanisms around that as well. And then lastly, we want to provide an overall view to an organization, not just their own, but if they are selling those models, you know, what that security posture looks like across all of their artificial intelligence and machine learning assets. So this is really what that looks like at a very simplified view. If you look at everything in white here, this is sort of an AI at the edge production system. And you see everything inside that box is really what's internal to the company. And then through an API or whatever their product is, where they want that machine learning asset to interact with their human user, that's also exposing an area in for attackers. So you introduce the attacker, and you look at what's called an inference attack. This is typically the first step. This is an attacker interacting with that model to infer everything they can about it. They want to understand what data it was trained on. They want to know what features it uses, where it's strong, where it's weak. They want to know where they can abuse it. Then they can use that information to extract that model, steal it, build a surrogate. They can take that information into poisoning. They can see how to actually poison your model, understand things like, my favorite example of this is spam filtering. So a few years ago, one very, very large email company that does just about everything else today had a fantastic neural network that was being used to detect spam. And it was beating all these spam organizations. So one spam organization that assumed they were using a machine learning model found a way to script up tens and tens of thousands of accounts, sent their own spam to those accounts, and then within those accounts marked it not as spam. And what that actually did was that through that automated curation system that we see popping up everywhere today, poisoned that model into believing that that wasn't spam. That model is still poisoned today because of how expensive it is to redeploy machine learning operation systems. So it's very real. It's something that can actually happen and affect many systems that are already live. And this is the fastest growing technology we've ever seen. It's only going to become more and more of a target. And then lastly, we can see organizations that are using some of that information to evade it altogether. This is what we saw in the antivirus space, where attackers were trying to infer what they could about a model to understand how they could alter their sample that we were supposed to scan and make that detection and just bypass it all outright. So hidden layer, we try and protect against all of these. We have a ML security platform that, again, tries to protect at and then successfully protects in real time at every step of the MLOps pipeline. This is probably the most important slide I could show you today, and it's how we actually do it and how we are different from those who are using those injection techniques. We wanted to develop something that was highly distributable, easy to use. We didn't want you to have to be a data scientist to protect your data science. This can go right into a security operations workflow. We actually already integrate with SIMS, Splunk, Datadog, and a few others. And what is unique about us is we work in data that is post-vectorization. So essentially any sample that you're about to feed into your machine learning model has to be transformed into values. And after that transformation process, we look at that. So that if you were looking at an image, if you were looking at a file, if you were looking at whatever was getting pumped in, we're just looking at that post-transformation level. So we can't turn that back into that image or anything like that. But we can extract mathematical patterns in that data to understand whether or not that requester of your model is using it as you intended it, or they're trying to map it or poison it or reverse anything around it or infer anything. And with that technology, we can protect you without having to see anything that's important to you or private. And lastly, where we're at, we're just founded in March, and as I said, we're just getting funded. We're still relatively early on. We're pre-revenue, but we are looking for early stage customers, design partners, anybody who is using machine learning assets, which is probably all of you. We want to be able to partner up, understand how we work in different use cases, understand what features would work for you. And so we're looking for groups that can help us design. We're looking for investors for the future, and again, those strategic partnerships. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Sound level all right? All right, cool. Thank you all very much for coming today, and thank you to Capital Factory for having us. I'm Matt Ellis, and I'm the Product Development and Business Strategy Lead at Mezzanine. So across drone and remote power applications, the demand for long endurance, reliable power is constantly growing, and current solutions can't keep up with the demand. Batteries are often known as the go-to solution right now for portable power, mainly because of their small size. However, batteries actually have very low energy density, which means that they're short endurance, and they become very heavy very quickly as soon as you try to increase that endurance. On the other side of the spectrum, small engines have a relatively high energy density. However, they're very loud during operation, and they're famously unreliable at small sizes. Fuel cells have tried to bridge this gap in recent years. However, they depend on specialized fuel, which can significantly impact logistics. Solar panels are also quite large in portable applications, and they depend on direct sunlight for operation, which means that power isn't readily available at all times and in all environments. So overall, there is no lightweight, long endurance, reliable solution on the market today. Mezzanine's light cell, however, enables reliable, silent, portable power generation anytime, anywhere, and from any fuel. Mezzanine's breakthrough technology is based on converting fuel into electricity via light. This is done by burning fuel through a microcombustor, which then heats a nanophotonic material to incandescence, and the resulting infrared light is then turned into electricity using PV cells. This process was patented by Mezzanine's founders, Dr. Veronica Stelmach and Dr. Walker Chan, when they demonstrated the world record for efficiency of this type of energy conversion at MIT. This breakthrough technology led to a brand new class of power generator, which we call the light cell. The light cell is incredibly energy dense, can offer 10 times longer endurance over lithium-ion batteries. There's also no moving parts within the generator, which makes it incredibly reliable and maintenance-free, as well as being very quiet during operation as well. We're compatible with most military and commercial fuels, including JP8, which is big for the DoD. And we're also compatible with tomorrow's sustainable fuels like hydrogen, sustainable aviation fuel, biodiesels, and much, much more. We're going to be focused on two major applications coming out of the gate, the first of which being a man-portable light cell for expeditionary soldier use cases. And the idea here is to replace a significant amount of the weight that soldiers currently carry with them using just batteries. In fact, we can replace 70% of that weight currently being carried. The second major application is for small unmanned aerial systems. In most fixed-wing platforms, so the Lockheed Stalker, the AeroVironment Puma, a lot of the smaller Group 1 and Group 2 UAS, they use a lot of batteries because that's really the only form factor that can fit into those fuselages. By replacing the bulk of that battery weight with a light cell, we can increase typical flight times from about 2 hours up to 24 hours in that very same platform. We are right now focused on a transition from a benchtop demonstration to a pilot phase with those two initial products, but then we're going to be very excited to move into much more markets, everything from counter UAS, sentry towers, silent watch, telecommunications, cathodic protection, and much, much more. We've been awarded $5.5 million in government grants so far, including 2 Phase 2 SBIRs. We also have a $1.5 million contract with a large defense prime. Madsen was founded in 2018 by our 2 founders, Dr. Veronica Stelmach and Dr. Walker Chen, our CEO and CTO, respectively. Veronica is an expert in the field of nanophotonics and has technical sales experience working for a semiconductor manufacturing company. Walker is an expert in the fields of thermophotovoltaics and microcombustion. He's authored many technical publications in the field and holds multiple patents in the field as well. In addition to our 2 founders, we have an excellent team of 6 full-time engineers, including myself, and we're very excited to continue to expand that team of engineers as well as expand our board. So thank you all very much again for coming. Thank you to Capital Factory for having us, and we hope that you'll follow along with us on our journey towards providing reliable, silent, portable power generation anytime, anywhere, and with any fuel. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Hey everybody, thanks for being here today and thanks for being patient. I realize I'm the last pitcher before the happy hour. My name is Daniel Turner. I'm the founder and CEO of Traxel, and I'm so excited to be part of the Capital Factory portfolio and the greater ecosystem here in Texas. The problem we're trying to solve is a big problem. It's so big that it actually has its own name, and it's called the last mile problem. It's so big the federal government wants to inject $65 billion as part of the infrastructure bill to try to help solve this problem. And that problem is getting access and connectivity to hard-to-reach areas, underserved locations, and just anywhere where you need to make a connection. Fiber is kind of the gold standard for that connectivity. I don't know if anybody saw the 5G panel. I talked about how fiber was critical to rolling out technologies like 5G, which is trying to solve this problem. Every 5G antenna needs fiber to backhaul from. So why is it that it's so challenging to get fiber in the ground or string it on telephone poles? Well, anytime you cut into the ground, you don't know what you're going to run into. There's lots of utilities, there's a big permitting process, there's a lot of engineering upfront work that goes into planning, cutting a trench. I like to ask people, imagine trying to trench in a fiber cable from this building, let's go a mile away, how long that would take. It would probably take weeks, months, maybe even years. And that's where I saw this problem. And I saw it even in more detail when my dad was trying to get high-speed internet out to his house. The ISP drove out to his house and basically laughed at him and said, "You'll never get fiber out here. You're just too far out. There's no reason to justify trenching." But he drove out to his house using the road network. And so that's when I had this idea. Using road networks, we can paint optical communications on pavement and bring it faster and less expensively than trying to trench or string it on telephone poles. So, started where all great startups begin, in the garage, crawling around on my hands and knees. That got old really fast, and I realized I needed to invent a machine to help automate this process. Thus, the Traxter is born. This is a machine that paints optical fiber at about 1,000 feet an hour on demand. We could theoretically show up tomorrow with a truck and a trailer and get a mile of fiber done tomorrow from here. What is not really paint, we're basically bonding low-profile fiber cables using these very durable, quick-curing resins that it's the same fiber that you're found in other infrastructure buried underground. You can splice to it in much the same way. It uses commercial junction boxes, but it cures really fast. It's walkable and drivable in probably less than an hour. And it's very low profile and very small. And this is, you may have seen me carrying around a piece of asphalt. I don't know if anybody saw that.
We have samples of the product back here. Please come check it out and look at it, feel it, touch it. But it's meant to be very low impact, doesn't affect other utilities. We like to say it's in its own right of way. We've discovered a new right of way for laying infrastructure. And it can go beyond just fiber too. We're looking at microducts and conductors. There's a lot of cool stuff we're looking at. We're also looking at working with the DoD, and in this particular picture, we've installed it at Dyess Air Force Base in Texas. The Air Force has a problem getting connectivity out on the flight line. It's a challenge. RF doesn't work very well out on the line, and you've got a lot of movement. You don't want to disrupt or cut into the flight line, so we have a way to basically paint it out to where these aircraft are parked. In fact, next week, by this time, Blaine and I will be in Florida with the rest of our team painting 10,000 feet of this at Tyndall Air Force Base to get from one side of the flight line to the other and connect up some equipment that helps airplanes land when it's bad weather. Speaking of bad weather, it'd be nice to be able to respond to natural disasters like hurricanes and be able to quickly reestablish communications when they go down because all the poles get knocked over and the flooding destroys a lot of the underground infrastructure. So this is really a new way to be fast, efficient, using existing pavement as a virtual conduit. It helps fiber installers paint out their communication lines and get the connections needed where they're needed most. So we just raised our seed round last month. We closed it last month. We raised $6.3 million. Thank you, Capital Factory, for being part of that. We're looking for putting flags in the ground in Texas. We want to come out to Texas. We think Texas is going to be a great market for us. So anywhere where we can run a pilot or get an installation made, but it's really just asking you all to be part of the network, It wasn't maybe 3 years ago, I was in this room and I learned about the Air Force SBIR program. And I was able to go out and get an SBIR contract with the Air Force. We've gotten about $5 million in non-dilutive funds. And I think it's places like this that help do that. I also was at a networking event where I met a person that introduced me to our lead investor. So be part of the network, help us build the global network of fiber connectivity, and let's solve this last mile problem together. Thank you.
Howdy, everyone. My name is Nick Spiller. I'm one of the investors on the team here at Capital Factory, and want to invite you to congratulate the founders one more time on some great pitches. Also want to shout out the Capital Factory Dream Team. I just was sitting back there and thinking about how many members of our team, came together to put this event on, make these investments happen. It's really an honor and a privilege to be up here representing Capital Factory and everyone we work with every day to make this happen. So want to just a couple housekeeping items before we wrap up this showcase and send you out to the Innovation Expo. There's a few people out there, and then happy hour will begin around 6 p.m. Maybe we can get them to open the bar a little early as well in the Omni atrium. And also, I think we have a QR code if you wouldn't mind helping out the Dream Team and filling out the post-event survey, letting us know your feedback on how you enjoyed this, what you might want to see at the next Fed Supernova. And other than that, thank you for being here, and excited to go out and keep pushing the ball down the field with all the startups.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can please everyone go and follow down to the atrium, please?